Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western tropical astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about your July horoscopes. Now before we dive in, I know that there are some new people joining us today. For those of you who are new here, I want to share the fact that I am a full-time consulting astrologer, and if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. That is written in the stars-astrology.com. That is where you can purchase personal astrological consultations with me. Now, going back to July. It's a month that I actually really like. It has two very distinct vibes to it. Especially in the first half of the month, we've got a lot going on in watery, sensitive, emotional Cancer in the sky. But in the second half of the month, Leo season begins. Also, Mars changes signs from Taurus to Gemini, so from a negative polarity sign to a positive polarity sign. And the whole mood changes from more kind of like inwards oriented, intuitive, even tender, to louder, more dramatic, chattier, more playful, and even more fun oriented. But let's talk a little bit more about the energy of Cancer season. This month, planets in Cancer are going to make some really supportive aspects, some really harmonious aspects with Neptune in Pisces, with Saturn in Pisces. I want to say that July is probably one of the best times for us to prioritize taking care of our emotional well-being. It's one of the best times to actually reconnect with our inner world, maybe even with our inner child. It's a great time to nourish our soul. It's a really good time to find a sense of comfort and belonging that only going inwards can give us, regardless of what's going on in the outside world. And we all know that the external reality can sometimes be very loud, very noisy, very chaotic. Now, I've said it before, I am going to say it again. I cannot stress enough how important daily meditation has been for my personal mental health. I've been meditating. I've actually started my meditation practice during my Saturn return. I've been meditating daily for more than 2.5 years, and there's no going back. Once you're on this path, I want to say, there's no going back in the best of ways. You see such a huge difference in your overall mood, in how you process difficult circumstances. I do a wide variety of meditations. Sometimes I do a 5-minute quick meditation. Sometimes I do a 1-hour long guided meditation on the Aura app. Regardless of the duration, I feel like meditation in general has absolutely dramatically improved my life, my happiness, my well-being. Now, you have heard me mention Aura in the past, and it is time to give them a shout out once again. Also, I want to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. If you've been meaning to make meditation a daily habit, but you don't really know where to start, please allow me to come here today and encourage you to finally start your mindfulness journey. How can you do that? With a simple 30-day meditation challenge. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be super sophisticated or complex. You can actually use Aura to simplify the process. What is Aura? Aura is a new mindfulness and sleep app that won the Best of Apple award, and it is used by over 7 million people. It's an all-in-one app for your well-being and sleep. It has thousands of meditations, stories, so much more, like coaching, breath work, spirituality content. The content on Aura is created by hundreds of expert coaches and therapists around the world. It's pretty much like Spotify, but for your mind and soul. It's very intelligent, it's completely personalized, it's not an audio-only app. It has over 35,000 5-star reviews, and You can find hundreds of expert coaches from really diverse backgrounds on the app. You can also find exclusive celebrity masterclasses here from Olympic gold medalist Greg Louganis. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. As well as NBA star Michael Beasley and also Twilight star Ashley Greene. You heard me say this, but I do believe it's worth repeating it. I am a big fan of guided meditations on Aura. And as for meditations that you can also do when you're short on time, Diana Burkitt's home-based meditation and Tina Stinson's I'm Grounded and Strong meditation are two of my favorites. They're both around 5 minutes long. As I said, you don't have to start off with like hour-long meditations. You can start off with short ones and kind of like work your way up. Diana and Tina are actually two of the guides. Diana. They are two of the guides on the platform whose content actually speaks to me the most when it comes to mindfulness content. How has Aura helped me with making meditation a daily habit? You might ask. It's got a wide variety of content. You can actually filter meditations by topic, by duration. It's really easy to implement in my routine, whether I meditate before going to bed or first thing in the morning. I actually prefer meditating before going to bed. It's not a one-size-all, not a one-size-fits-all like other apps. There's a lot of personalization. There's a lot of variety, and you can find hundreds of coaches, therapists, and storytellers on the app. There will definitely be something for you on the app that speaks to you, that clicks, that resonates with you. Aura has been an absolute game changer for me, and I'm confident that it can also completely change the way that you experience daily meditation. That is why I'm encouraging you to join me on this 30-day meditation challenge using Aura's content. 30 days in which, if you actually put your mind into what Aura's tracks are guiding you through, I'm pretty sure you will experience the same or similar incredible difference as I did in my mindfulness journey and in my meditation practice. You can get started for completely free on Aura's website using my special link in the description box. You can also see the link pinned in the pinned comment. The first 500 people, this is very important, the first 500 people who sign up using my link get a free trial plus an exclusive 25% off. It's gonna go fast, so you might as well sign up now whilst you're thinking about it. And now going back to the astrology of July, Venus is going to be transiting Cancer until the 11th of July. The Sun will be transiting Cancer until the 22nd of July. And Mercury is going to be in Cancer until the 2nd of July. So pretty much Mercury goes into Leo really quickly this month. As I said, I am a big fan of the planets transiting Cancer, making harmonious aspects with Neptune and Saturn this month. My favorite days in July are the following. The 2nd of July, when Mercury is going to be trining Neptune. The 3rd of July, when Venus is going to be trining Saturn. The 5th of July, when we have a new moon in Cancer trining Saturn in Pisces. The 11th of July, when the Sun trines Saturn. And also, the 11th of July is probably the most romantic day of the month with Venus trine Neptune in the sky. This is literally a day for unconditional love, for kind of like surrendering to romance, for kind of like letting someone sweep you off your feet, or why not you can sweep someone off their feet. It's also an incredibly creative day, the 11th of July. It feels like you can combine your tastes and your kind of like aesthetic and your aesthetic preferences and your artistic inclinations with the boundless imagination of Neptune, and something really out of this world can come out of this combination. if you don't know what to do with this energy, I will just say either write poetry, listen to music, meditate, take someone out for a romantic dinner. It's a really good day to kind of like to lose ourselves into something and to merge with something kind of like higher. I mean, love is probably like a really good love and creation is probably like these are some really, really good choices. Another day that I really like in July is the 22nd of July, when the sun trines Neptune. So here it feels like we're really soothed and we're really kind of like taken care of, and we're actually really, dare I say, healed. These are my favorite days. My least favorite day in July is going to be the 15th of July. I will say this. Why? Maybe also the day before and the day after, because Mars will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Mars conjunct Uranus in Taurus at a collective level can manifest as literal physical kind of like earthquakes, so we can see the ground shaking, we can see the earth shaking. It can also manifest as metaphorical earthquakes when it comes to the economy. So when it comes to what's going on in the financial and economic sphere. Mars Uranus can also equate to cyber attacks. It can equate to, I don't know, for example, unexpected events, cutting off power and electricity. It's also, just like Mars Pluto, it's an energy that might contribute to accidents, sudden incidents, sudden conflicts, sudden kind of like bursts of energy, things kind of like blowing up. I wanna say. I am liking the fact that the conjunction is in a harmonious aspect to Neptune. So even if there is something like sudden and destructive popping up, at least Neptune comes in and kind of like cools things. I mean, not necessarily cools things down, but kind of like calms things down, you could say. Nevertheless, be really careful if you can when it comes to using gadgetry and sharp tools and electricity around the 15th of July. That is my recommendation. Now let's go a little bit backwards. I'm doing this thing where I kind of like jump around from one date to the other, and now I'm going backwards. So Venus is going to be transiting Cancer, as I said, until the 11th of July. This is actually a really good time to enjoy any time that you spend at home with family members, maybe hosting, cooking for loved ones. After that, Venus goes into Leo from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. This is a really good time to have fun, to celebrate whoever it is that you love, whoever it is that you've got affection for. And when it comes to enjoyment, our style of enjoying ourselves is going to be a lot more entertaining and performative and dramatic. Venus in Leo is fantastic. This transit is fantastic, for example, for going to the theater, you could say. Now, Mars is going to be in Taurus until the 20th of July, but after that, 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars goes into Gemini. So we are likely to be much more assertive using our words. Our communication style is probably going to become a bit more kind of like, I don't know, like pungent. Words are going to become sharper. Words like weapons is a very Mars in Gemini kind of deal. And in terms of our style of going after what we want, Mars and Gemini will probably do a lot of like research, talk to a lot of people, kind of like gather information, gather data, and so on. 2nd of July. Mercury trines Neptune in Pisces, and after that Mercury goes into Leo. 2nd of July and maybe also the day before is a really good time to maybe write creatively. As I said, maybe write poetry, maybe come up with creative ideas. It's also a very good day to have and as I said, the 1st of July as well, not just the 2nd. These are 2 good days to have very healing conversations. And to allow the imagination to kind of like guide you when it comes to using your intellect and your logic, because sometimes logic just, how should I put it? Logic is a great tool, but sometimes logic can only take us so far, right? And we need more than logic. We need inspiration. This is definitely a very kind of like inspiring like transit, I'd say. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn. This is a great day for serious commitments in relationships, both romantic relationships as well as business relationships. This is a great deal. This is a great day and a big deal. This is a great day to sign a business contract, for example. It's also a really good day to put in effort towards artistic, creative, maybe beauty oriented endeavors. For example, if you wanted to, I don't know, like change your hairstyle. It's a great day to do this. Especially if you're thinking of maintaining this hairstyle for a long time. Now, 3rd of July is also a little bit tricky because Mercury in Leo is going to oppose Pluto in Aquarius. So there could be buried information coming to the surface. There could be hidden information coming to the surface in a very loud, dramatic way. And conversations are likely to take this sort of like larger than life kind of like vibe. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new moon in Cancer, very nicely aspected to Saturn. It's a great time to start a new chapter where we tune into our intuition, we tune into our instincts, and we kind of like build slowly. We start building slowly but surely over time, and maybe we build in such a way that it's going to offer us more emotional kind of like security and a stronger sense of belonging in some shape or form. This new moon is also going to conjunct Venus in Cancer, so if we start building something, for example, metaphorically speaking, together with a loved one, it does feel like we are on the same page. Partnerships are superbly aspected. Generally, my recommendation is to listen to your intuition when it comes to new endeavors that you kick off around the time of this new moon. A new moon is actually a good time to start off a new process, but my recommendation is to wait maybe at least for like 12 hours after the new moon takes place. So let me tell you exactly when the new moon takes place. This is gonna take place on the 5th of July at 10:57 p.m. GMT time, so you can adjust that for your own time zone. Wait for at least 12 hours after the new moon has taken place to begin a new endeavor. That is just kind of like the way that we generally do things in electional astrology. 11th of July, as I said, I like this day. Sun trines Saturn. Hard work, maybe of an emotional nature or of an internal nature, is being like highlighted, and it feels like, for example, kind of like putting effort into improving our mental health is finally working out, and we're seeing results. So we seem to be seeing results coming from effort either on an emotional level or on an imaginative and artistic and healing level. This can also be a really good day to build something for someone else selflessly, and to make them feel, or to help them build something and to make them feel held and to make them feel safe, I'd say. 11th of July also, Venus enters Leo, as I've mentioned before. 21st of July, we have another full moon in Capricorn. Dun, 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 dun. Just like in June. In June, we had a full moon in Capricorn at the beginning of Capricorn, and now we've got a full moon at the end of Capricorn, 29 degrees of Capricorn. Let me just check the exact degree. Yes, 29 degrees and 8 minutes of Capricorn. This full moon is also in a nice aspect to Neptune. I mean, I like it. Once again, it feels like we've worked hard towards something, and now we can rest, we can relax, we can let our hair down. We can, I don't know, like watch the ocean and like chill and listen to music and go for like a spa day. I don't know, I'm making stuff up here. But relaxation after hard work is the theme here. I do want to say, however, that Mercury on this day is going to square Uranus and Taurus. So there could be some kind of like shocking revelations, shocking information that you become aware of. There could be some kind of like tension in terms of communication and conversations with others because someone who's very opinionated, Mercury and Leo, seems to hit a bit of a wall, the Uranian wall of rebellion, let's call it this way, and it doesn't necessarily feel like conversations are very productive. They could just be loud. 22nd of July, Sun trines Neptune, and after that it goes into Leo. So Leo season kicks off. We are in extroverted mode, right? And for the next month. And this is also a very good day, the 22nd of July, because Mars trines Pluto. Mars in Gemini trines Pluto. So after doing maybe quite a bit of like, for the past 2 days, quite a bit of like research and gathering of information and kind of like collating information together in order to decide how we're going to take action. Mars trining Pluto finds something really potent in terms of information and something that is probably going to be very transformative. So it feels like we are ready to take action based off of very powerful, important data, numbers, facts, and based off of very powerful principles. This is a very good day to start off a process of transformation that maybe impacts a community, a group of people, an organization. This is also a really good day to, for example, take action to reveal something that was hidden about a community and an organization. Really good day for like wins at a collective level. 23rd of July, the Sun opposes Pluto. So right after Mars trines Pluto, the Sun opposes Pluto. This is a day of very powerful opposition and of kind of like powerful challenges coming from the underground. So on the 22nd of July, we're feeling super empowered and we're like, yes, like I found what I needed to, and I believe in this and I'm gonna go take action. But then it feels like someone with significant power kind of like puts a little bit of a wall, and it's like, oh, bam, we've kind of like hit this big bump in the road. Careful who you challenge when it comes to challenging people in power around the 23rd of July. Be very careful because you might be challenging a much bigger beast than you initially thought you would. And 25th of July, Mercury goes into Virgo. Mercury is going to stay in Virgo for quite some time. It's going to spend August in Virgo as well. From the 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be direct. In August, Mercury goes retrograde, so take advantage from the 25th of July until the 5th of August. Take advantage of Mercury direct in Virgo in its domicile to come up with practical, technical solutions to clean things up. Take advantage of this period to deal with logistical matters, create a spreadsheet, make the necessary phone calls, maybe learn how to do something practical. Mercury in Virgo is very good, technically speaking, at finding solutions. So take advantage of this time. And of course, we are going to go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Please, please, please don't forget to listen to the update for your rising sign, because that is how these forecasts are built, with the rising sign in mind. That is the closest kind of forecast that you can get, the closest one to a personal astrological consultation. And of course, if you would like to get a personal astrological reading, a personal astrological consultation that takes into account your entire natal chart, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com, straight to the services section. If you're a new client, you can book the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation. If you're an existing client, you have 2 additional options: the 1 hour year ahead forecast and the 30 minutes follow-up session. So now let's go to the updates for the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. July 2024, what does it look like for you? Well, Aries, I have to say this, especially Aries risings. Mars is going to be transiting Taurus until the 20th of July. You're going to be very driven, very motivated, and also very much a go-getter when it comes to money, financial matters, matters connected with your income in general. You might also be really quick to spend quite a bit of money. A lot of expenses, but also a lot of drive to make money. So you're kind of like in like super hustler mode. It also feels like you're very, very driven until the 20th of July, Aries, to develop upon your own skills, resources, talents, that can be monetized. So to kind of like to develop them further in some shape or form. Whether that is through, I don't know, taking an additional course, whether that is through, I don't know, let's say you create content from home, buying some necessary kind of like equipment to create better content, maybe like a better microphone for example. It really feels like you are super action oriented and very invested in kind of like taking your skills and your resources to the next level. Mars is going to go into Gemini from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, and throughout that period, on a personal level, you're probably going to be really invested and really driven and really action oriented when it comes to a completely different set of topics. So you might be very motivated to learn, to study, to travel, especially short distance. There's probably going to be a lot of short distance trips that you might need to make. You're also going to be really in a hurry to get things done on the educational front, maybe on the negotiation front, on the front of making any sort of like purchases and sales, I'd say. Your mind is going to be incredibly active, kind of like moving at I don't know, like 200 miles an hour, and you might be really like kind of like excited and like burning to share your thoughts, to share your opinions, which is not a bad idea, of course, unless you use words as weapons. And Mars in Gemini can use words as weapons. I mean, obviously, someone could argue that there is a time and a place to use words as weapons. If you need to defend anyone, you might actually be really quick to defend people using words throughout this period, 20th of July until the 4th of September, especially to defend people such as siblings, cousins, neighbors, but you might also be super quick to enter into a verbal conflict with the same people. So siblings, cousins, neighbors, maybe even work colleagues. My recommendation would be to slow a little bit down throughout this period when it comes to transportation and driving. So especially if you drive, Aries, you might be in a rush, and that's not necessarily always a good thing, because when we are in a rush, we tend to make mistakes. So even though you are, again, eager to get wherever you need to get to fast, yeah, just be cautious. Just be cautious. That is my recommendation, Aries. Just kind of like slow down, and verbal conflicts in traffic can also be a theme throughout this period. How can you make the most of Mars through Gemini, Aries, you might ask? If you have anything that you need to write, if you have a thesis that you need to write, if you need to write, I don't know, like a presentation, if you need to learn something, if you need to take a class, a course, Mars in Gemini is kind of like moving at 100 miles an hour in terms of writing, speaking, communicating, and learning as well. So your mind is kind of like super curious and active, and you're probably going to learn really fast. If you need to hand in, I don't know, your thesis or your presentation, you're probably going to write it super fast. So that's probably the best way in which you can use this energy. Now, Venus is going to be transiting your house of home and living situation until the 11th of July, and then it goes into your 5th house in Leo. Okay, my dear Aries. Okay, so I feel like You're gonna really enjoy time spent at home with the family, maybe also with your significant other until the 11th of July. It may feel like home is a place where you can relax, where you can just kind of like take it easy, where you can connect with others. You might be very inspired maybe to host, I don't know, to host people at your place, to host dinners. Relationships with family members, if they have been experiencing any issues, are likely to improve throughout this whole period. This is also a really good time if you want to buy nice things for the home. I told you that in the first, I don't know, until the 20th of July, you're kind of like still spending money really quick. So if you want to buy something nice for the home, I would buy it until the 11th of July, because it's probably going to bring that sort of like vibe, that aesthetic that you're looking for. You could also spend money on family members until the 11th of July. Maybe you want to, I don't know, like treat them to something nice. Maybe you want to buy gifts for them. It is probably going to be very, very well received. Then Venus on the 11th of July. Let's see. Venus is going to enter Leo until the 5th of August. I like this. Why? Because Venus transiting Leo is prime time for you to have fun with the people that you love the most. So Venus also rules your house of relationships and interactions with others. Essentially from the 11th of July until the 5th of August is a great time to, I don't know, go out with your romantic partner for like dates, concerts, take them to the theater, accept invitations to the theater, accept invitations to concerts, accept invitations to parties and events, and anything that has to do with entertainment is likely to be extra enjoyable, extra sweet throughout this period, 11th of July until the 5th of August. Your money's also going on extra sweet things and things that are entertaining and fun and pleasurable, my dear Aries, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. You might also spend money on kids throughout this period, but I want to stress that if you do have kids, relationships with children are likely to be, again, extra sweet, extra enjoyable. Yeah, just really pleasant, I'd say. Venus transiting the 5th house is also a great time for romance. If you're single, maybe to find romance, to go out on dates. If you are with someone, maybe to be extra romantic and to surprise your significant other with I don't know, like grandiose gestures, because Venus in Leo loves a grandiose gesture. I don't know, I'm thinking like a serenade, or yeah, like something to sweep them off their feet. I mean, that's the whole point of Leo, like the drama and the pomp, and it's quite theatrical. I love it. Can you tell that I have any planets in Leo? I love it. I'm here for every single bit of it. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the month. So I told you about Venus in Leo Aries. Now you might ask, Rux, like, why are you like taking us through the horoscope in this way? Well, because I'm taking you first and foremost through some of the most important transits of the month, and then we go kind of like in chronological order. So let's start off with the 2nd of July. Mercury is going to trine Neptune on this day. I really like this day because it feels like conversations with family members can be very soothing, very healing. It can also be a very kind of like good time to relax at home with family members, or yeah, just like with your loved ones, and listen to some music, dream, meditate, maybe have some good food, and just, I mean, let's face it, Neptune loves a bit of escapism, so some people might have a glass of wine and chatter and reminisce. The mind is very inspired, I'd say. So if you are feeling kind of like the flow of inspiration, which you might, maybe you want to write it down so that you can use it for later in a more, I don't know, like constructive or productive way. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn. Oh, so again, another very beautiful day. There's a lot of beautiful days in July, my dear Aries. The one day that I'm like not really super keen on is the 15th of July, maybe also the day before, the day after. But let's go back to the 3rd of July. Venus trines Saturn. Venus in your fourth house of home trines Saturn. It feels like a bond with a loved one, with a family member is really strengthening. It also feels like you could be working with someone at home on some sort of a creative endeavor. Maybe you're painting the walls. Maybe you're choosing, like furniture for the guest room. I don't know what it is. It also feels like you're very supported by someone, and you seem to be a source of support for someone that is very dear to you when it comes to a very private matter that they don't really want to reveal. There's a sense of there's a feeling of relationships being strengthened and kind of like taking your commitment to someone very, very, very seriously. Also feeling really grounded in your relationships at home, which is a very soothing feeling. However, I love this day, but Mercury on the same day, on the 3rd of July, is going to oppose Pluto in the 11th house. So you might hear some news that is a little bit destabilizing, a little bit comes as possibly a bit of a shock, something that feels, maybe like a bit of a betrayal from a friend. Careful also what you say to friends, and careful what you say in a group setup, because it can be kind of twisted, and someone can have very strong feelings about it and be super triggered about it. So yeah, just kind of read the room if you do go out and if you do connect with friends. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new one in your 4th house of home and living situation, trining Saturn and conjunct Venus. Beautiful, fresh start, new beginning at home in your home and family life. Some of you could be moving to a new home. Some of you could be starting a fresh chapter at home. Maybe you're kind of moving in with someone. Maybe you are starting to work on the home in some shape or form. Maybe you're starting to work on growing the family with a significant other. Some of you could also maybe be moving in with a partner or welcoming someone into the house. If any family member has been going through a hard time, Aries, I feel like this is a fresh start for them. It could be a fresh start for a parent, maybe overcoming a challenge, something that has been plaguing them for quite some time, and you're feeling really happy for them. It also feels like you are revisiting the concept of what home and belonging means for you, Aries, and you might feel ready, you know what, I'm gonna go someplace else. I'm gonna go where I feel like I really belong. I'm gonna, move, or I'm going to change my kind of home and family life and domestic situation and private life situation. Because you do seem to be having maybe a little bit of an epiphany as to what it is that you need to leave behind, I'd say, Aries. A very gentle new moon, let's put it this way, and a very kind of introspective fresh start. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. It does feel like it's becoming increasingly clear to you what it is that you need to work on in private if you want to develop something for the long term. Also, you could be doing a lot of clearing out in the home. On the same day, Venus is going to trine Neptune. Oh my God, it feels like such a relaxing kind of dreamy state in your home and private life. It's a great time to spend time with loved ones, with family, to welcome people in, and literally just relax. I feel like you don't need to do much. You have around you people who make you feel really, really welcome and really comfortable. 15th of July, as I said, not my favorite time. Also the day before and the day after. Mars conjuncts Uranus and Taurus. Really sudden, unexpected expenses, maybe connected with children, passions, hobbies, entertainments. There can be some sort of sudden shakeup of your financial situation, especially let's say you work for yourself and all of a sudden you hear, oh my God, what the hell? A client is leaving, and you might be thinking, how do I kind of make up for this? How do I maybe stabilize my material situation? You might also decide, however, because Mars is your ruler after all, very suddenly, very drastically to part ways with maybe an existing source of income. So you might be like, nope, I don't need this anymore. Thank you and goodbye. Mars-Uranus can be quite accident prone, just as an FYI. Please don't speed. Please be careful when it comes to using sharp tools. Also when it comes to accidents involving electricity, maybe digital, kind of technological, kind of tools and gadgets. And also careful around the 15th of July for careful when it comes to digital attacks. So careful, make sure that your bank account hasn't been hacked or anything like that, or money isn't missing or something like that. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got another full moon in Capricorn, just like the one in June, but this time it's happening towards the end of Capricorn. And the full moon is in a nice aspect, in a very supportive, aspect with Neptune in your 12th house, and it's also ruled by Saturn in your 12th house. I feel like you're completing something career-wise, but you're also letting go of something professionally. Maybe you're wrapping up a project. Maybe you're also feeling like, okay, I've accomplished big things. I've reached this sort of like summit of my career, and now it's time to focus on something else, or it's time to focus on different things. Let's say. Some of you could be leaving like a kind of like high up position because it feels like you're ready to focus on something that is more kind of like personal, more privately important to you, my dear Aries. And some of you maybe are not working and you might be thinking, what is this about? Well, it feels like the spotlight is being placed on your public status, your public reputation, and your place in the world. It does feel like you are experiencing a heavy dose of, let's say, relaxation and maybe no longer caring what the world believes about your accomplishments or your achievements. 22nd of July, Sun trines Neptune. Once again, very relaxing day, a day to kind of like to daydream, a day to be creative around the house, a day to maybe like enjoy music at home, maybe also to just kind of like chill and relax with family, with children. Also on the 22nd of July, Leo season starts. And I gotta tell you, Aries, until maybe the 21st, 22nd of July, you're probably a bit more introspective. From the 21st, 22nd of July onwards, and especially from the 22nd onwards, as Leo season kicks off, you're gonna be like, let's go, let's have fun, let's do all of these things. So it does feel like you're a lot more extroverted afterwards. 22nd of July, Mars trines Pluto. Oh God, like this is, I love this. I feel like you are having some really kind of like important aha moments and insights when it comes to really realizing what's important for your future and when it comes to your life direction as a result of significant conversations maybe that you're having with friends or within a community, within a group of people. You could also be taking action around this time and your mind is super stimulated to transform what the future looks like and maybe to also transform the groups that you're a part of, the communities that you're a part of. You do seem to be like intensely driven by specific goals. Ruthlessly driven, I'd say. 23rd of July, the Sun opposes Pluto. This is where I feel like you're becoming much more aware of some of the darker or let's say buried aspects of the life of certain kind of like friends or the life of certain people who you consider your peers. It could feel like the spotlight is being placed also on maybe like secrets connected with friends or maybe a certain like betrayal connected with friends. There could also be a feeling of like really acknowledging who you need to get away from, friends, circles, communities, if you want to experience more happiness in your life, who it is that you need to stay away from. And 25th of July, Mercury enters Virgo in your 6th house. I mean, Mercury is going to be in Virgo for quite a long time. From the 25th of July until, let me tell you when. Let's see, until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be direct in Virgo in your 6th house, so I feel like this is going to be a very productive time. Your mind is kind of like super like meticulous and attentive to details and very organized, and you seem to come up with like really great solutions in the workspace and in the workplace, and as I said, you're also kind of like enjoying this. However, 5th of August, Mercury goes retrograde. But we're going to talk about that when we do the August horoscope, of course. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. July 2024, what is going on? What is happening, Taurians? Well, I have to give a shout out to Mars in Taurus until the 20th of July. My lovely Taurians, Mars is the ruler of your 12th house and of your 7th house. Please, 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 until the 20th of July, take it slow, take it easy. You are a little bit more prone to getting angry. You are a little bit more prone to feeling, I don't know, like attacked or like insulted or taking slight with certain people. Because Mars is also the ruler of your 7th house, you might feel really strongly about like someone being your open adversary, your open kind of like enemy, your open kind of like opponent. And you could feel the need to like really defend yourselves and kind of like stand up for yourselves. But also be very careful, Taurus, because Mars is the ruler of your 12th house. So, sometimes being defensive can be your self-undoing. Sometimes being suspicious can be your self-undoing. Sometimes being in a rush can be your self-undoing. I mean, jumping to conclusions, for example. That's what I mean by being in a rush, can also be your self-undoing. You are likely to have quite a lot of physical energy. This is a great time with Mars in Taurus to be physically active, but I would also be extra careful around the 15th of July, also day before and day after, when Mars conjuncts Uranus, and there is a higher chance than usual for incidents, accidents, like physical kind of like sudden unexpected issues. I would just kind of like slow down around this time, and in general I would slow down with Mars in your 1st house. The remedy to a lot of Mars is more Saturn, so kind of like discipline, control, structure. Careful around the 15th of July, also day before, day after, especially when it comes to handling electric tools, electricity, maybe also when it comes to handling, I don't know, like gadgets around the house, for example. Something could blow up. I don't know, like any kind of like electrical gadget, maybe even in the in the kitchen. Let's say the toaster. I don't even know. The coffee maker. Just kind of like keep a little bit of distance and don't jump in to fix it yourself. There is a chance that something within the home could blow up. I'm just gonna say it, and you might be very, very angry. Speaking of anger, you might blow up with anger like a volcano very unexpectedly around the 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after, and be super annoyed with a family member. How should I put it? They might not see it coming. You might not see it coming either. Is it worth the reaction? I don't know. Only you can say. Only you can tell. But Mars in Taurus has the tendency to kind of like to accumulate, to build up anger, right? So maybe you've been building up anger with this family member for a long time, and all of a sudden you're like, is that likely to be constructive? No. Probably not. So if you are feeling a little bit irritated maybe with a family member, don't wait until the 15th of July to kind of like blow up in their faces, metaphorically speaking, but rather make them aware of the fact that you're kind of like, yeah, a little bit kind of like taking slight with something that they're doing or saying or the way that they are acting. Do use Mars in Taurus, my dear Taurians, as I said, to maybe accomplish your physical goals, your health-related goals. You do seem to do a lot of work very well throughout this period by yourself. You might be in a rush more so than usual, so collaborations might be a little bit not that great. But you're gonna get there. You are going to get there. Mars can also bring up from like a medical astrology perspective a little bit of inflammation in the body. So make sure that you rest sufficiently. Make sure that you're not putting a lot of pressure on your, I don't know, like adrenal glands. Make sure that you're not like spiking your stress hormone, your cortisol through the roof. So make sure that you sleep, eat properly. Don't overdo it, maybe even also with the physical exercise. So that's just my recommendation. Venus, your chart ruler, is going to be in Cancer in your 3rd house until the 11th of July, and then It's going to go from the 11th until the 5th of August. It's going to go into Leo in your 4th house of home. So until the 11th of July, I feel like you're very invested in maybe communicating with certain people, kind of like sharing your thoughts, sharing your opinions, maybe even like studying, learning, a lot of networking, a lot of like day-to-day kind of like social kind of like connections, kind of like opportunities coming up to, I don't know, catch up with folks, meet for coffee, things of this nature are probably gonna pop up. You might also enjoy talking to people about your work throughout this period until the 11th of July. You might also enjoy catching up with work colleagues, with maybe siblings, neighbors, health practitioners. I don't know, let's say you have an acupuncturist and, oh, by the way, speaking of sharp tools and needles, please stay away from them 15th of July, day before and day after. So until the 11th of July, you might really enjoy catching up and connecting with, as I said, siblings, health practitioners, neighbors, cousins, and so on. You're also feeling maybe in the mood to kind of like connect with your emotions and maybe verbalize them, and with your needs. From the 11th of July until the 5th of August, Venus goes into your house of home. I feel like you've got your focus kind of like shifts more drastically on like family and home matters and domestic matters. For example, you could be hosting people at home. You could be very inclined to connect with family members. You could also be decorating the house, and Venus in the 4th house, transiting the 4th house, is very good for decorating things, for buying nice things, for kind of like making a place your own, for leaving your own unique imprint upon what it looks like. Venus in the 4th house is also likely to smooth out any generally any issues in terms of relationships with family members, with the exception of the 15th of July, also the day before and the day after. You are feeling, when Venus goes through Leo, 11th of July until the 5th of August, you're feeling like really in the mood for entertainment and play and fun, but more so in a kind of like domestic space. So as I said, maybe you're hosting people at your place, or maybe you're having fun with family members and you're going to their place. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month and take the most important dates of July in chronological order. 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune. I love this because it's a great time to catch up with friends, to maybe reminisce about the past, to relax together with friends, maybe also to participate to a group type of event that maybe has a very soothing, relaxing, or even spiritual aspect to it. The imagination is very strong, and you also seem to be very inspired to dream by certain like friends or peers or the people that you find yourselves surrounded by, Taurus. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn and Mercury opposes Pluto. Okay, this is an interesting day because on the one hand, I love Venus trining Saturn. It feels like you are kind of talking about important plans for the future, connected with your career, and you're feeling again inspired. Maybe you're brainstorming, maybe you're making like a vision board. You could also be discussing in a very productive manner, and also in a very kind of like authentic and heartfelt manner. You could be discussing with a boss or with someone in a position of power about where you want to be headed professionally, and you seem to really have their support. You seem to feel really valued and appreciated and supported by this person. This is a great time to network for career purposes. It also feels like you're being very persuasive from a professional perspective. You're getting someone on your side. Maybe you're, I don't know, like scoring a deal or a client because you are being very kind of like empathetic and emotionally intelligent and picking up on their needs. However, Mercury opposing Pluto can bring to your attention, Taurus, I'm just gonna say it, some destabilizing news connected with your career or connected with a parent. Maybe like a secret comes to the surface, or something that's been like in the works behind the scenes. It could be coming to the surface, and it could be shaking up to a certain extent what you thought your career direction might be. There could also be news connected with money and finances coming to your attention around this time. Maybe you hear that, I don't know, you're not going to get the raise that you thought you would get. And there's also a chance that you might need to pay quite a significant sum, and this does seem to potentially destabilize you a little bit mentally. You might need to pay quite a significant sum for a home matter or like a family related matter. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in Cancer in your 3rd house, a fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to the relationship with a colleague, a sibling, a friend, maybe even a family member, but also maybe this could be the time when you start learning from someone who is more mature, who's got more experience. It could be that you start learning within a community type of setup, within a group type of setup around this time. You could also feel inspired to join a group that has the same, let's say, I don't know, like preoccupations that you have professionally. And I dare say that this group is really going to provide a lot of emotional support, my dear Taurus. It also feels like you're maybe ready to communicate to the world what you're planning to do, where you're going, where you're headed, what's next in your in your life, and you are feeling very kind of like emotionally good and at peace about where this is going. I like the 11th of July because the Sun trines Saturn. Why do I like this? Because it feels like conversations with family members about the future are going as intended. It also seems to become very clear to you what is important to you when it comes to home life, family life, and your relationship with family members. What matters to you, what you really want to invest in, and what you want to build in, and maybe what you want to build upon in this direction. I'm also liking the 11th of July because Venus trines Neptune. I mean, this is probably one of the most romantic days of the month. Venus also goes into Leo on the same day, but still take advantage of Venus trine Neptune. Say yes to, I don't know, like invitations to dinner, invitations to dates. Maybe you can be the one like taking action and taking the initiative and inviting your significant other for, I don't know, like a romantic getaway. It's a day to dream. It's a day to be swept off your feet. It's also a day to sweep others off their feet, my dear Taurus. You are the epitome of yeah, just kind of like empathy and emotional intelligence, and maybe even glamour, because Neptune loves a bit of glamour. Now, I told you about Mars conjunct Uranus, so I'm not gonna bang on about it. 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars goes through Gemini in your 2nd house. So you're probably gonna be very much in spending mode. You might spend a lot on, education, educational matters, things connected with transportation. You might make a lot of purchases throughout this period. You might also spend quite a bit of money on others, on other people in your life. Do be careful not to, I don't know, like be a little bit all over the place when it comes to misplacing your cards, or like forgetting your wallet, or something along those lines. I like Mars in Gemini, but I mean, that's probably because I have Mars in Gemini. You're probably gonna feel very motivated to stand up and to defend verbally, Taurus, in front of others. What matters to you, what is important to you, your value system, but maybe also to defend others in general using words. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, there's going to be another full moon in Capricorn, just like the one in June, but this one is happening at the end of Capricorn. This full moon in Capricorn is making a nice aspect to Neptune in Pisces in your 11th house. It can be a time when you travel with friends or to see friends. You could be completing something like a project that involved traveling, maybe that involved working with people from a different country, working on an international kind of like level. This can be the time also when you finalize your studies in some shape or form, especially academic studies, and you might be thinking, okay, what next? What now? now. You could be connecting with a guide, with a mentor, with a teacher that kind of like helps you at the time of this full moon really clarify where you're going from now on. So it could be someone that feels like a bit of a coach to you and a mentor to you, and like helps you define where you want to take your life. 21st of July is also when Mercury squares Uranus in your first house. It feels like there could be some destabilizing conversations on the day of the full moon with family members. You might realize that actually you're not on the same page with family members, and you have to like really stand your ground and evaluate what is important to you, what matters to you, and what you believe in, and what is your mentality and your belief system, so that you can find that sort of like inner strength to go against what, I don't know, the family thinks or what they say. 22nd of July, Leo season starts, so it's going to put the spotlight very much for the next month on home, family life, living situation, and domestic life. I also like the fact that before it goes into Leo, the sun is going to trine Neptune. Once again, this is a great day for socialization, going out into the world, connecting with old friends, people from the past, maybe just kind of like giving yourselves permission, Taurus, to just be yourselves in a circle that you feel very welcome within. Mars also is going to trine Pluto on the 22nd of July. A really nice day for your career. In what sense? You are very motivated, very driven, and you also seem to have clarity of mind as to what needs to happen and where you need to go and who you need to talk to and who you need to reach out to in order to make big changes from a professional perspective in terms of your career path. This could also be the time when you have an aha moment and you realize that your value system is changing, and what is important to you is changing, and what you want to spend your money, time, and energy on is evolving. 23rd of July is a little bit of a interesting day. The sun opposes Pluto. Yeah, like power struggles are very possible, either at home or within a professional kind of setup. Something quite disturbing could come to the surface, also connected with a boss, a manager, maybe connected with leadership within the company, within the institution that you activate in from a professional perspective. This is also a time when you have significant clarity as to what no longer works for you career-wise and professionally, and what it is that you need to move away from. There could be a secret also coming to the surface connected with the life of a parent, and you might be a little bit taken aback. And 25th of July, Mercury goes into Virgo in your 5th house, pretty much until the end of the month. Actually, I'm going to say until the 5th of August. It may feel like it's easier to enjoy the activities and to prioritize and to like really make the choices in terms of like activities and connections and socialization that make you happy. You might also feel like your mind is very creative and it comes up with creative solutions, and there is a very high chance that you're going to enjoy working with your mind quite a lot. Your communication capabilities also seem to go through like a kind of like a high, like a boost, and get a boost, and go through like a really auspicious period from the 25th of July until the 5th of August when Mercury goes retrograde. That is why the 5th of August. And that is July for Taurians. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, July 2024, what does it have in store for you? Well, Geminis, I can tell you this. You're probably going to enjoy the fact that Venus is still transiting your 2nd house of income and values and self-worth until the 11th of July. So Venus is really an attractive force. It draws things towards you, and you may feel maybe luckier than usual when it comes to attracting financial opportunities, when it comes to maybe just kind of like being lucky in money matters. There's also a high chance that you might be spending money and directing your resources towards matters connected with home and family, and especially kind of like beautifying things at home. So I'm thinking, I don't know, like beautiful like furniture pieces and so on. You could also be spending money on kids because Venus rules your 5th house of children. You might also feel generally more appreciated by children, I'd say. And until the 11th of July, I dare say that you're probably feeling more appreciated end of. So you might feel like people really see the value that you're bringing to the table. They really also appreciate your let's call them more subtle kind of resources and talents, such as being a good listener, for instance. Oh, I apologize. Something happened with my phone there. So yeah, generally quite a nice time. I'd say with Venus in Cancer. Venus is going to enter your 3rd house in Leo on the 11th of July until the 5th of August. What does that tell us? It tells us that generally conversations and communications are likely to be more enjoyable and to feel easier until the 5th of August, especially with people such as your kids, your neighbors, your siblings, cousins, colleagues as well. You're also probably going to feel like it's easier to find good deals, to buy kind of like things that are right up your street, and you might feel like they somehow kind of like reach you, these deals, without necessarily having to put a lot of effort into finding them. Venus transiting the 3rd house makes things smoother and easier, especially when it comes to interactions, connections, collaborations connected with education, buying, selling, making purchases, but also in the networking and also in the educational space. And you're probably also going to enjoy talking, reading, learning throughout this period with Venus on your side. Mars is going to be in Taurus in your 12th house until the 20th of July. And then it goes into your 1st house of identity and physical body and life direction. Mars rules your 11th house and your 6th house. So until the 20th of July, I dare say that there could be still possibly some kind of like issue, maybe like a health related issue, or maybe even like a work related issue that is kind of like sabotaging you from behind the scenes. So maybe you don't know exactly what it is, you can't put your finger on it, but it does feel like it's getting in the way in some shape or form. You could also be working on something very diligently behind the scenes, something connected with, again, your professional life, but maybe also with your plans for the future. You might also be secretly angry. and maybe feeling a bit frustrated because maybe you feel like you have to keep things in. You might be secretly angry with a friend or a work colleague or a client or maybe your doctor, and it feels like the tension is kind of building up. Careful with the tension building up, because Mars is going to conjunct Uranus on the 15th of July, and this aspect is also going to be active the day before and the day after. If you have been kind of like shoving under the rug your frustrations and your irritations, all of a sudden you might explode and share your thoughts in a manner that takes, I don't know, like a sibling or a friend or a colleague, a work colleague or a neighbor. It takes them super by surprise. They're like, whoa, like, where did this come from? I didn't even know you were upset with it. 15th of July, day before and day after, is probably my least favorite day of July. July is pretty chill, actually, in general. That's how I see it. But Mars Uranus is a little bit accident prone. It's also prone towards attacks out of nowhere, or like threats, or feeling threatened out of nowhere. So you could feel maybe attacked maybe by a virus out of nowhere. So you could feel like your health is attacked around the 15th of July out of nowhere. You could also feel like maybe your car or your preferred mode of transportation is attacked out of nowhere. There can be an issue, something kind of like exploding. I'm sorry, sometimes I feel like it's easier to make weird noises. If you're listening to this on the podcast, I just did a noise that was supposed to, just kind of like made a sound that was supposed to resemble, I don't know, like a muffled explosion. Going back to cars and transportation, there could be an issue with the electricals or with tires or with something kind of like overheating around the 15th of July. So do kind of like make sure to check it beforehand, maybe the days before, and also slow down around the 15th of July. You don't want to rush anywhere because it is likely to result in maybe unpleasant, unexpected issues and challenges. You could also feel taken by surprise by what you perceive as an attack, maybe as a threat in the workspace around this time. And there is a chance basically that you can win this conflict or this argument if you do feel attacked, if you do feel like you're being shoved against the wall, metaphorically speaking. You can win this argument with how should I call it, with kind of like tactful, diplomatic, sweet talking, right? And a way to kind of like disarm the person in front of you would be to compliment them. I mean, I would absolutely go for that because Venus is going to be in Leo, so they might really not know what hit them and what to do with a compliment. Mars is going to go into Gemini, very important transit, from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. Now, what does that mean for you Geminis? You are going to be on fire. You are going to be go, 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 go. All systems go. Very driven, very motivated to take action, to take the lead, to take the initiative, to start off conversations, to start off maybe presentations, to reach out to people, especially in the workspace. Because Mars rules your house of day-to-day work. You're probably going to work really well by yourselves, or if you are kind of like in charge of the conversation, at the lead of things, my dear Geminis, in terms of conversations in the workspace. You might also be very much in a rush to get results in the workspace. And when it comes to your health, from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, speaking of health, Mars transiting the first house gives us a lot of physical energy in general. It's a great idea to invest time into your physical kind of like fitness, maybe to prioritize like a sport or a game that also, I don't know, uses the arms and the hands. It could be tennis, it could be, I don't know, like paddle or something like that. But you are also prone to having a little bit of a short fuse with Mars in the first house, to feel attacked and maybe to feel like you have to defend yourselves verbally, Geminis, maybe more so than usual. And that's not always likely to bring friends, just as an FYI, or to like make allies. So you do have a much sharper tongue than you normally do, Geminis, with Mars transiting your first house. I would be careful. Generally, I'm going to give you the recommendation that I give to all folks with Mars in the first house. Slow down and careful not to rush into an incident or an accident involving transportation, sharp tools, I don't know, your bike, for example. Let's see, anything else? Heat, hot tools, and something like that. Careful not to cut your hands, for example, when you are, I don't know, like chopping something and making a salad. So Mars can feel like an attack towards the hands or the arms when in Gemini. And careful not to catch a cold. Because Mars in Gemini might make you a little bit prone to inflammation when it comes to, I don't know, like lungs and respiratory system in general. Going back to the beginning of the month, I did take you through some of the most important transits in July, but let's go through the most important dates in chronological order, my lovely Geminis. 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune in your 10th house. You are feeling very appreciated and very valued, I want to say, by someone in the workspace. It feels like your work, your ideas, your intellect is being highly prized and valued. You do seem to bring some really creative ideas in the workspace, and I want to say like a really kind of like kind and gentle and warm way of talking in the workspace and of presenting maybe information in the workspace, and it really seems to work in your favor, I'd say. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn in your house of career. This is a great day to solidify, to strengthen, or to kind of commit to long-term connections, collaborations, agreements in the professional space. So work relationships are going really well. You seem to like really ground and strengthen a relationship with someone in a position of power. It also feels like you might be investing in your long-term future goals, career-wise, Geminis. When I say investing, you might be investing financially, but the investment is going to be very, very much worth it if you ask me. That's just my opinion. You could also hear good news connected with money and finances coming from your career. So maybe you hear news of a bonus. Maybe you hear news of your, I don't know, like request for a raise having been approved or something like that. Whoever you need to get on your side in the professional space, you're probably going to get them on your side. And I feel like you win by taking a softer approach. Also on the 3rd of July, Mercury opposes Pluto in the 9th house. Something could kind of like change very drastically, and you might need to make completely, totally different plans when it comes to traveling, when it comes to transportation. I don't know, like a plane or like a train could get canceled all of a sudden. You could also hear some sort of like secret coming to the surface connected with a sibling, a neighbor, or a colleague. Very careful what you say, so that you do not insult someone's maybe religion or spiritual views around this time, because they are likely to hold a grudge against you, just as an FYI, and keep you in mind. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, there's going to be a new moon in your 2nd house of income, trining Saturn and conjunct Venus. Beautiful, fresh start, new beginning financially, either a new source of income. I see more money. I see you doing better financially. I see you being in a better position. This could be the start of a new collaboration career-wise. Maybe you're accepting like a new position, a new role. Maybe you are welcoming on board a new, very important client. If you work for yourselves, Geminis, it feels like you could attract like someone very powerful on your side. A very kind of like potent alliance seems to be underway in the professional space, and it is going to be worth it financially. This could also be the time when you start investing more time and energy into developing your skills that you know are going to pay off career-wise. You might be revisiting your budget, but I dare say it's probably because you are in a better position financially. You could be making some decisions financially around this time, and this does seem to impact also your long-term professional path, but you're very happy. You're feeling good. You're feeling very confident. You're also feeling very appreciated, so I'm liking it. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn, another great day for great news financially, signing deals, signing contracts, having important conversations connected with money and finances, with bosses, managers, leaders, clients, and people in positions of power, if you ask me. Venus on the 11th of July also trines Neptune. Now, this is generally considered one of the most romantic aspects out there. So even though your focus seems to still be very much on career and professional path and kind of like building upon your status and reputation, this might not be a bad idea to, this day might not be kind of like a bad time to take someone out for dinner, maybe to say yes to like an invitation. You do seem to feel very valued by the people that you work with at the same time on the 11th of July. It is a great time on the 11th of July also to spend money on romantic matters. And if you're making a relationship public in some shape or form, or if you're going out into the world with your significant other, with someone that you are involved with romantically, it does feel like the outside world receives this person with open arms. 11th of July is also a time when you seem to feel very appreciated in the professional space for your imagination. And 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your financial axis, but this time the spotlight is very much on the 8th house. So we've got another full moon activating your 8th house, just like the one we had in June. I feel like there's matters that you need to kind of like take care of and that are coming to a close, to a culminating point when it comes to investments, lump sums of money, financial partnerships, joint assets, inheritance maybe. You could be making plans together with a partner around how you're going to be spending money, how you're going to be allocating financial resources. You could also be paying taxes around this time, or discussing about taxes, or discussing about long-term investments. You could be taking your wins when it comes to long-term investments, just as an FYI. This is actually quite a nicely aspected full moon. It can be a time when you also agree on a bonus or on a commission of some sorts, or when you receive a commission of some sorts. And it also feels like a crisis connected either with your career or with a parent is coming to a close, is coming to a culminating point, and maybe you need to take care of the final, I don't know, like details or issues so that you can move forward. You can kind of like leave this behind you. I like the Let's see. I like the 22nd of July because the Sun trines Neptune and Mars trines Pluto. So Sun trining Neptune, it feels like it's very clear to you how to kind of like to act intuitively when it comes to your career path, and really to just kind of like believe in your dream, I want to say. It also feels very easy, so forget about career for a moment. It feels very easy to be out into the world, to be surrounded by people who really seem to appreciate you, to be out in public, to kind of like share your thoughts, your opinions, and to feel like it's just kind of like very like natural and easy, and you don't have to put an effort in order to fit in and in order to be valued, I'd say. Mars trining Pluto, really important, I want to say, moment of truth mentally and from a philosophical and from a mentality perspective in terms of how you want to take action to change your life direction. This could be the time when you have a very, very important conversation about your work-related future with someone from abroad, with someone from maybe like a different country, a different culture, and you might feel very driven and motivated to work with this person, to collaborate with this person, and to take action in a direction that maybe has been kind of like clarified to you as a result of interacting with this person. You also seem to be going through a mentality shift around this time, Geminis. You seem to be turning into a new person in terms of life philosophy, and this seems to give you a lot of courage to go for what you want. Leo season also starts on the 22nd of July. Sun enters Leo, so for the next month or so, the spotlight is going to be placed on short distance traveling, communications, conversations, taking care of like paperwork, writing opportunities, presentation opportunities, buying, selling, and so on. 23rd of July, Sun opposes Pluto. Really, you become aware of maybe some of your blind spots in terms of mentalities and beliefs and how these have been holding you back. You might also become aware of maybe, how should I call them? Certain aspects of your belief system that have been and of your life philosophy that have been the source of crisis and sabotage in your lives. You could also have a very heated conversation with someone, and I dare say that this could be kind of like a power battle, power struggle type of conversation. I don't know if you're going to change someone's opinions. You might just really get on their nerves. And careful, because it does feel like you could strike a very sensitive chord. Something is no longer working in terms of transportation around this day, and maybe you also need to kind of like make different travel plans. And 25th of July, Mercury goes into Virgo, and it's going to be direct in your house of home and living situation until the 5th of August. So I want to say that plans, communications, organization, planning, cleaning things up, and finding solutions within a home environment and within the domestic environment is probably going to work very well and very smoothly. In August, Mercury goes retrograde, so do take advantage, Geminis, of the period until the 5th of August. And that is July for you. Now let's move on to Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings like yours truly here, my fellow Cancerians. Okay. So let me tell you this. I think you are going to like July, especially the time when Venus transits Cancer until the 11th of July. I'm just gonna say, Cancerians, you're probably gonna feel really like charming and attractive and in the mood for like pleasant, kind of like sweet things, sweet encounters with your friends, maybe sweet encounters and just kind of like having a good time with family members, maybe at home as well. You might feel really kind of like admired for how you show up in the world. It's a great time to invest in your looks. It's a great time to show yourself a little bit of like extra kind of like self-love. Go to that spa treatment. I don't know, buy the dress if that's what's going to make you feel better in your own skin, because that is what Venus wants. And generally Venus transiting the first house does make us like really, I don't know, like attracted to Venusian things. So I don't know, like a nice perfume, like spending time in nature, surrounded by flowers, enjoying like home cooked meals and things like that. So do take advantage of this transit, Cancerians, because it doesn't happen too often. Kind of like roughly once a year. Venus moves into your second house in Leo from the 11th of August, my apologies, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. I mean, this makes kind of like money gravitate towards you a lot easier. So you might feel like you attract money and you attract financial opportunities a lot easier. You could also attract lucrative opportunities to collaborate with a community of people, with an organization throughout this period. And generally you're likely to feel very valued and appreciated for your talents and your skills and what you bring to the table in a group setup, in a community setup, and also at home when you are surrounded by family members. You might spend money throughout this period on kind of like some kind of like flashy things for the home, some really beautiful things for the home, and on like flashy things in general, because let's face it, Leo loves flashy. And I'm not a Leo, but I do have planets in Leo. Venus transiting your second house might also kind of like give you a nudge to spend money on fun and play and entertainment. I don't know, going to like the theater or things like that, and also to spend money on group type of activities. I'd say a very, I mean, there's so many beautiful days in July, but I really like probably the most romantic day of the month, and you might also feel it the day before and the day after, the 11th of July, when Venus, before it goes into Leo, it trines Neptune. So take advantage also of the 10th of July. Venus trining Neptune is as dreamy as it gets. So do say yes to that date. Do allow someone to sweep you off your feet. Do be romantic and sweep someone off their feet and make a romantic gesture, and it's a great day to also relax with a loved one, to daydream with a loved one. Yeah, to just kind of like do something that involves maybe escapism and romance. So plan a romantic getaway or something like that. You also seem to feel very at peace on this day, Cancerians, because in some shape or form you seem to feel connected with divine love. And let's face it, divine love is the only love that is fully and completely limitless and unconditional. And maybe some people are not going to agree with me, and that is totally fine. I am human, therefore I am subjective. As much as I try to be solely the objective messenger of whatever is going on in the sky and in the cosmos and in the stars. Let me see if I like any other days from a Venusian perspective. Let's see. Yes, I like the 3rd of July. Venus trines Saturn on the 3rd of July. The 3rd and the 11th are really good and really enjoyable in terms of travel-related experiences, Cancerians, maybe also in terms of experiences connected with education, academic education, spiritual experiences, also romantic. The 3rd of July feels like a time when you make a commitment romantically, or when you feel inspired to, how how should I say, to put effort into a relationship. It could be a relationship with a romantic partner. It could be a relationship with a friend. It could be a relationship with, I don't know, like a business partner. Now, it might have nothing to do with romance, just as an FYI. Venus is about relationships in general, not just love and romantic ones. 3rd of July, it feels like the efforts that you put towards a relationship are really landing very well, and they're appreciated, and the relationship is strengthened. You might also reach an agreement and make a commitment to a partner. It could be a life partner, it could be a business partner on the 3rd of July. You could also strengthen and solidify the relationship with a guide and with a mentor, with a teacher, with a professor, and also receive like a feeling of deep appreciation from a professor, a mentor. And the 3rd of July is a great day for maybe also the day before. It's a great day for legal matters. So it feels like the law is on your side, and it's being very accommodating, to put it this way. So I'm liking this this day also. Mars is going to transit Taurus in your 11th house until the 20th of July. You might feel very kind of like driven and motivated to take action in a group setup, to lead a group type of activity, to take the lead in your circle of friends, maybe to organize things. You could also feel very driven and invested in your goals for the future, and really keen to stand up and to fight and to defend your kind of like goals for the future. Careful, because this energy can bring a little bit of extra conflict within the organization, community, and tribe space. So you might be a little bit more conflict prone and more belligerent when it comes to interactions with friends or interactions with your peers. So again, in a group type of setup. So that's happening until the 20th of July. The date that I dislike, I mean, there's a lot of good days in July, but there's also days that are not my favorites. The day that I dislike connected with Mars is the 15th of July, also the day before and the day after, when Mars conjuncts Uranus in your 11th house. Explosive, out of nowhere, shocking, out of the blue, maybe argument or conflict with a friend, or with a boss, or with someone in a public setup, so people are watching, so not great. You could also have like a public argument with a child or with a loved one. You could also feel, if you have kids, like your child has been, maybe metaphorically speaking, not necessarily physically, has been attacked or bullied in a group type of setup, and you feel like you have to stand up and to defend them. Mars-Uranus is also a little bit accident prone, so you could hear news of, I don't know, like a friend experiencing something like an incident, something quite shocking, something out of the blue. Mars also rules your house of children, so if you, for example, Cancerians, if you take your kids to football, 15th of July, I mean, also the day before, the day after, maybe they should just like skip the training. If you do take them to like a physical activity, tell them to be extra cautious and not to rush and not push themselves. An unexpected kind of like conflict or argument also around money is very possible. And you might also decide very suddenly to kind of like to part ways with someone, maybe someone who considers you their friend, just because you realize you have this kind of like epiphany that you're not on the same page. You don't believe in the same things. You don't have the same values. And it could be painful on the one hand, but it could also feel like a relief on the other hand. Just as an FYI. And 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars transits your 12th house. A lot going on behind the scenes. A lot of like action that you take behind the scenes. A lot of reading, studying, learning, writing, communicating behind the scenes. Mars also rules your 5th house of romantic love, so there is a possibility that you might feel very inspired to take action and very motivated to take action and to do things in like a shush, behind the scenes type of way with a romantic partner. So let's say you've taken a decision together with a romantic partner, I don't know, to spend some time away from home, work remotely, or something like that. And it's kind of like generating like exciting kind of like talks and enthusiastic talks and like really a lot of like dynamism in your interactions. But you might also say, you know what, we can't tell this to, I don't know, your partner's boss, because they're not going to agree with them working remotely. So it could feel like you're doing something fun, but also a little bit wrong behind the scenes. Those of you who are single, just as an FYI, you could have like a behind the scenes kind of like hidden maybe fling throughout this period. It is possible. It is possible. I mean, do be careful what you say and who you talk to, especially what you say about your career and about your romantic life and about your kids, because from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, what you say can be used against you, and people can kind of like attack you based off of your words, and you might not see it coming, because the 12th house is also the house of hidden enemies. So someone could try to sabotage you behind the scenes based off of something that you've said, or they could just kind of like say things that are unreal, that are untrue behind the scenes, and you could be thinking, oh, why isn't this person at work talking to me anymore? We used to have a good relationship, but it could be because someone's been gossiping to them about you. So yeah, just kind of like something to be aware of. Now, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month, because I have taken you through some of the most important dates and most important transits in July, but we're going to go chronologically through the most important dates, and we're going to start off with 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune. Oh God, like your mind is kind of like flowing with creative ideas, imagination is kind of like channeled, and it's kind of like being given form through your words. If you need to, I don't know, like write a song, if you need to come up with a vision, with a creative vision, if you need to come up with creative ideas, if you need to enchant someone with your words, 2nd of July, great day, do it. And especially if you work in a creative space, or write down your ideas. You also seem to have like really important mental insights about your connection with divinity, with a higher power. 3rd of July, I told you why I like this. Venus trining Saturn, strengthening of relationships, commitment in relationships that you feel really happy about. Mercury opposes Pluto. Hidden, well, how should we call it? Hidden expense coming to the surface. It could be yours. It could be the expense, maybe of a partner. For example, you could find out hidden information that, again, is no longer hidden, connected with something that your partner's been spending money on, and I dare say that you're probably not going to be super happy. There might be a feeling of a little bit of betrayal. Careful what you say, because it can generate very strong feelings in other people on this day, and you might inadvertently insult them, and it can actually have a negative impact upon your financial situation, maybe because they go around and like tell other people what you've said, and they have very strong feelings about it, and other people might end up no longer appreciating you as much. You could say the wrong thing. You could also hurt someone by saying the wrong thing, and by being too loud about something. You could inadvertently reveal a secret which was not your secret to reveal. You could also share information about like finances, maybe that you did not mean to share. And I would just kind of like be careful, because as I said, it seems to generate very strong kind of like intense reactions in other people. So careful what you say, and don't go into taboo territory if you ask me. But of course, you're all adults, so you can do whatever you please. You've got free will. This is just me making recommendations, which you can absolutely ignore. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, fresh start. Fresh start Cancerians, trining Saturn. Oh God, I love this. And fresh start also conjuncting Venus, new moon conjunct Venus in your first house. new direction in terms of your personal development. I feel like you're committing maybe to a new set of goals connected with your education. I feel like you could be starting off a fresh chapter connected with your higher education, but also maybe connected with your collaboration with someone from abroad or with someone from like, I don't know, like a different culture. You could also start working with someone around this time, someone who you consider to be a guide, a mentor of some sort, someone who's got experience in terms of what you want to accomplish. And this could be the time when you start working on your physical body in a new way, in some shape or form. It could involve like physical movement, but it could also involve things like nutrition, for example, or somatic practices, for example. I feel like you're starting to see yourselves in a new light, Cancerians, at the time of this new moon. You've learned from experience, you've matured, you've grown up, you know what you like, what you dislike, you have clarity in terms of what you want to accomplish for the future. You have clarity in terms of the people who you want by your side, who are going to be supportive and constructive in terms of just kind of like being there for you when it comes to accomplishing your plans and goals, and clarity in terms of who you want to let go of. I feel like you're having like this really good feeling about yourselves and feeling really confident in your own skin and in terms of what you want. You've got very strong support. It can be a fresh start, literally, in any sort of like new direction that maybe requires some sort of like an external support of someone with experience. I'd say, Cancerians. Could it be a time when you change your looks also to come into the space of more kind of like mundane aspects of life? Yes, absolutely, because there is a focus also on beauty. And if you do decide to change your looks, it's probably going to make you look stunning with the new moon conjunct Venus. 11th of July, as I said, it's a really nice day because Venus trines Neptune. I also like it because the Sun trines Saturn. You really seem to kind of like be building up your financial and material situation and feel much kind of like more mature and wiser and learn from kind of like past tests and challenges financially and feel like, I've got this. I know what I want. I know how things work. I know what I need to invest in. I know how to save. I know how to build material security. I told you about the 15th of July, not ideal, not the best day. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got another full moon in the house of relationships, just like we had in June. The culmination, I wanted to say the completion. It feels like the full moon is bringing a culmination in the relationship sector, and it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship, the one that I'm talking about. You might sign a contract, reach an agreement, enter into a long-term collaboration with someone on the business front. Maybe someone who is based abroad, maybe someone who's got experience, maybe in the academic space, maybe someone who you kind of like see as a mentor in some shape or form. This could also be the time maybe when a partner wraps up something connected with their education. If you are in a relationship, they could, I don't know, wrap up their I don't know, like master's or like PhD. If you have a partner who's been working really hard to achieve something connected with education, legal matters, such as, I don't know, like, kind of like winning in a court of law, or if you have a partner who's been working really hard to, I don't know, get a visa or like their like foreign residency, it feels like they are going to get very good results. Their efforts are going to be rewarded very likely, and now you can kind of breathe easily together and start making plans for the future. It feels like this could also be the time when you make a decision connected with legal counsel, if you are involved in anything that requires legal counsel, and if you listen to your gut when it comes to making this decision, you cannot go wrong, I'd say. And if that means letting go of someone, so be it. Can this also be the time when, if you are in a relationship, you're making plans together with a partner to travel, and maybe you're making the bookings and so on, and like paying for all the things? Yes, it's possible. It is possible. This can also be a time when you're put kind of like face to face with someone who you see as an open enemy, it feels like the way to win is to be the bigger person and to take, what's the expression? To take the moral high ground. Don't go down to their own level. What's the saying? Don't lower your standards. Don't compromise on your morals. Be the bigger person, be the greater person, and also have trust and have faith in a higher power when it comes to this confrontation, because it does look like a higher power is on your side because you're coming from a place of morality. 22nd of July, I like this day. Sun trines Neptune. You're feeling really kind of like relaxed about some sort of a result connected with legal matters, academic matters, or maybe matters connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. You also seem to feel really kind of like inspired by someone from a foreign land or a foreign country, or by a mentor or a guide or a teacher. You seem to feel very inspired spiritually as well, and to feel this sense of strong connection with a higher power, and to feel like you are valuable and enough just the way you are. Mars trines Pluto. I also like this, just because it feels like you are taking speedy action behind the scenes in terms of transforming a situation that has brought about crisis in your life. And you're kind of like, go, 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 go. And your mind is kind of like working at 1,000 miles an hour, and you might also discover some hidden information, and you're like, yes, with this hidden information, that is how I'm going to accomplish my goal and get out of this sticky situation. 23rd of July, I don't like it. Not such great developments, not such great news connected with finances. Maybe you need to make a significant payment. Maybe you feel wronged. You could feel like you are kind of like caught up in an ego battle between your values and someone else's values. You are meeting very intense opposition from the outside, but you might not even know exactly who that opposition is. It might feel like there are kind of like higher forces beyond you that are kind of like opposing you, and also putting stress and pressure on you financially, I'd say. A hidden issue with your financial matters might come to the surface. So if there is anything that is a little bit not great, a little bit off, it could come to the surface, and you might need to address it. And 25th of July until the 5th of August, because after that the retrograde begins, Mercury transits your 3rd house in Virgo. So conversations, communications with colleagues, neighbors, siblings, they're likely to go very well. Your mind is very solutions oriented. It's very meticulous. You do seem to kind of like make fantastic use of your logical, analytical capabilities and find what's wrong and fix it. This is a great time, 25th of July until the 5th of August, to make presentations, to write things down, to sign contracts, to make sales, to make purchases. You do seem to be very kind of like coherent and fluent. I mean, you'd expect people to be coherent, but in general, but you do seem to be very kind of like coherent and fluent when you speak about matters connected with education, transportation, maybe also matters connected with issues that have been unfolding behind the scenes, I wanna say. Trust your mind, trust your analytical capabilities. Speak up if you have to speak up, because it does feel like you know what you're saying. You're very good at like research and gathering the facts and the data and classifying information throughout this period. So do make the most of it, my dear Cancerians. If you need to write a presentation, if you need to, I don't know, persuade someone, take advantage of the period from the 25th of July until the 5th of August. That is July for you. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. What does July 2024 have in store for you, Leos? Well, I think you're really gonna like this month. First and foremost, because Leo season begins on the 22nd of July for a month. So the sun is going to be transiting Leo, giving you a boost of energy and making you feel like you are the main character of whatever is going on in your lives. Of course, Leo already has main character energy, but with the sun transiting Leo, transiting its domicile, you may feel like the spotlight is very, very much on you. You may feel really energized, really empowered, really confident throughout this whole period. And you might also feel really, I'm going to say, sure of what you want, of what's important to you, of what matters to you. It's like you're getting a personal, let's say, a reset, energetically speaking. Your batteries are getting recharged, Leos. I also like this month for you because Venus, planet of pleasure, romance, leisure, sweetness, relationships. Venus is going to be transiting Leo from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. This is a particularly sweet period. In what sense? You're going to feel admired, Leos. You might actually feel really, really good in your own skin. So your level of self-love and self-admiration is probably going to go up. It may feel like it's easier to just kind of like relax, just enjoy life, do the things that make you happy, do the things that are fun for you. You might feel like you attract a lot of fun and entertainment in your own lives. You are probably also the fun, the entertainer, the performer. Leo in general is the performer of the zodiac, and with Venus transiting Leo, you might really, really enjoy being in this role. I'd say. You might also feel like it's very easy to attract towards you what it is that you value, my lovely Leos, and it might also feel like things are going quite smoothly, I'd say, because Venus, let's not forget, is one of the 2 benefic planets in astrology. You might feel, Leos, like things are going super smoothly when it comes to your career, I'd say, throughout this period. Even though, speaking of career, you do have still a little bit of acting, fighting, and pushing to do this month, with Mars, planet of action, transiting your house of career all the way until the 20th of July. But let's go back to Venus transiting Leo. From the 11th of July until the 5th of August, it's a really, really good time, if you ask me, Leos, to invest in your looks, to look after yourselves from an aesthetic perspective. It's a great time to, I don't know, buy new clothes, get a haircut, go for, I don't know, like a beauty treatment. It's also a very, very good time, since Venus is the ruler of your house of career, to maybe speak in public in a professional setup. You might feel really charming. You might actually be super smooth and persuasive. You might also feel like you're very good at playing the role of the diplomat, or of the host, or of the one that brings people together in a professional setup. So do take advantage of this period. And yeah, Venus transiting your first house is generally a really enjoyable overall transit. If you haven't experiencing any issues, let's say health-wise, for example, Venus transiting your first house is likely to be a very soothing and healing influence. And I think it's also worth mentioning for those of you who are open to romance, because I know not everyone is open to romance. I know that I get comments all the time saying, no, I don't want a relationship, I don't care about a relationship, and that's totally fine. But I think it's also worth mentioning that with Venus transiting your house of identity and how you show up in the world, Leos, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, it's actually a very good time to say yes to dates. You might feel more attractive than ever. You are likely to attract a lot of attention from a romantic perspective. What it is that you do with this energy is going to be completely up to you, Leos. But for example, if you're single, you might want to take advantage of it. Even if you're in a relationship, you might want to take advantage of it by just kind of like allowing your partner to sweep you off your feet. So I'm really, really, really liking this month for you Leos from this perspective. Now, I did mention, however, another important transit that's going on in the sky all the way until the 20th of July. So Mars, planet of fighting, action, initiative, protection. Mars is going to be transiting your house of career, public status, and public reputation. As I said, until the 20th of July. So throughout this whole period, from the beginning of the month until the 20th, it may feel like there are still things that you need to fight for, defend, or act upon with significant force in a professional environment, in a professional setup. You might also feel like you have to put a lot of energy and act maybe independently quite a lot when it comes to career matters, but also possibly when it comes to matters that have something to do with your parents, with your family, with your home. You might also feel like you have to publicly defend a parent throughout this period. That is very much a possibility. Be very careful if you don't work for yourselves, Leos, and if you have a boss, for example. There is a high chance that you might get into a little bit of an argument with an authority figure like a boss or a manager, especially, I want to say, around the 15th of July, give or take. Maybe like a day before and a day after. But I would generally be quite careful not to step on anyone's toes, especially someone who is higher up than you in terms of hierarchy, until the 20th of July, because they might really take it the wrong way, and they might kind of like forcefully put you in your, I don't know, like set things straight and put you in your place, essentially. So kind of like remind you who is boss. Now, the 15th of July is probably the day that I like the least this month. Why? Because Mars is going to conjunct Uranus in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. Mars-Uranus can equate with one of the following. Unexpected, sudden, unforeseen conflict with an authority figure, unforeseen conflict with a parent, something quite destructive and disruptive happening in the life of a parent, maybe where you kind of like need to step in really quickly and help them and support them. There's also a possibility that all of a sudden you might hear news, very, as I said, shocking, quite disruptive news, connected with a parent. For example, maybe you hear news of the fact that they're leaving a job behind. You could also hear very shocking news connected with maybe the leadership of a company, the company that you work for. There's also a possibility of digital and technological problems, issues, potentially even attacks in a professional space. So Mars-Uranus can be a cyber attack, for example. Once again, it may feel like you need to act fast. It does feel like if there is any sort of like attack or threat, let's call it, or even a conflict in the workplace around the 15th of July, you can act as the mediator and the diplomat. So be careful not to, I don't know, get dragged into the chaos, however we want to call it. It feels like you hold the keys to smoothing things over and bringing back the peace and the harmony. Now, from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars, planet of action, is going to be transiting your 11th house. So I do believe you're going to be putting a lot of energy and taking the lead and taking action when it comes to goals for the future, especially goals connected with home life, real estate, family life, living situation. You might also take the lead when it comes to organizing group events, or when it comes to group and community, let's say projects in general. Mars transiting your 11th house might, well, there is a possibility that it could bring debates, arguments possibly, conflicts possibly, in a group type of setup where you may feel like you have to stand up and defend what you believe in. But Mars in Gemini can be a little bit of a trickster, so it loves a good debate. It loves a good kind of like verbal, I don't know, like ping pong match. So it could all have like a playful element to it. And now let's go back a little bit in time. So I've taken you, you know how I love to take you on a journey through the most important transits of the month. Let's go a little bit back in time. So until the 11th of July, Venus transits your 12th house, my dear Leos. I think it's a great idea to maybe enjoy some time off throughout this period, to maybe relax, to maybe, I don't know, spend time away from the world with loved ones, maybe with family members, and just kind of like take it easy throughout this period if you can, at least for a few days. 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune. Really healing, I'm gonna say, kind, empathetic, compassionate conversations seem to be happening at home or in your private life. This is also a great idea for you to maybe like, I don't know, like write music or read poetry. So the mind comes together with the Lord of Dream, Neptune. Also on the 2nd of July, Mercury comes into your first house in Leo, and let's see, until when? Until the 25th of July. So from the 2nd of July until the 25th, it may feel like it's a lot easier to find your words, to say the right thing at the right time. Your mind is super active. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn. I'm seeing here a strengthening of a bond, a strengthening of a relationship. You could be strengthening and solidifying the relationship with a family member, maybe with a sibling possibly, but also potentially with a parent. This could also be a day when you help someone in a very practical way, like a family member, and they are really, really, really grateful to you. It could also feel like a day when you're seeing results and success as a result of working together with a partner on something that was quite private, and emotionally you're feeling very relieved. But also on the 3rd of July, Mercury opposes Pluto. It does feel like there could be some things coming to the surface. Maybe connected with a partner that you did not know about, that do kind of like rattle you up a little bit. You might not know exactly how to interpret them. Careful not to say the wrong thing. Careful not to like rub someone the wrong way, because you might say something and you might strike a very kind of like sensitive, chord, something like that. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new one in your 12th house, trining Saturn and conjunct Venus. I feel like something is kicking off behind the scenes for you, my dear Leos. You could be starting a process of clearing things out from the house, maybe of letting go of things from the house. It feels like a process of letting go and of releasing something is kicking off at this point in time, and you might feel like, okay, this is it. We are ready to bring this chapter to a close. You could be doing a lot of like cleaning and purging and letting go of things together with a partner. It could also feel like a fresh start in terms of the emotional connection that you have with a partner. So I really, really like this. And you might become aware of the fact that both you and them actually need a closer or a stronger, let's say, emotional connection. I feel like you're giving a lot of love and you're receiving a lot of love around this time, my dear Leos, but it all seems to be quite private. And when I say love, I'm also referring to like not just romantic love, I'm referring to affection. You seem to have a lot of affection for someone and maybe decide to like show more of that and show more of your soft spot, Leos, in your relationship with someone that is very, very close to you. I would even call it like an intimate relationship. I repeat, this doesn't have to be romantic. It doesn't have to be sexual. It's just like a super, super, super close relationship in general. I like the 11th of July, so the 3rd, the 5th, the 11th. I mean, the 3rd, with the exception of Mercury opposite Pluto, is a really good day. The 3rd, the 5th, and the 11th are really good days. On the 11th, the Sun trines Saturn. I feel like you can finally rest and sleep well after having done a lot of work, necessary work, especially work behind the scenes. On the same day, Venus trines Neptune. If you can rest and relax and get away from it all, and like take a break together with a romantic partner, that would be fantastic. It doesn't necessarily have to be, however, with someone else. You can just like relax and listen to music and just like, I don't know, maybe like watch a good movie. And there's kind of like this really like sweet energy in the air. As I said, 15th of July, not my favorite day, Mars-Uranus. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we're going to have a full moon, activating your axis of work, service, and health in a nice aspect to Neptune. Let's see what else is going on in the sky. Let's see. Yeah, Saturn, which is the ruler of the full moon, is going to be in the 8th house. So I feel like something's coming to a close, something is coming to an end, maybe when it comes to either your health or a partner's health. For example, if you've been working on your health, you might finally see some results, and you might finally see, based off of like facts and I don't know, like stats and like blood tests or something like that, that the worst is over, or that the crisis is over health-wise, if you've been dealing with some sort of crisis health-wise. If that was the case for your partner, my dear Leos, I want to say that you can breathe a big sigh of relief, both of you, because they are probably feeling a lot better. It does feel like a moment in time, so this full moon, when there's a need to act long-term when it comes to health in general. So even if maybe there is fear, even if there is, I don't know, like an element of anxiety, I do believe it's worth acting decisively so that you can kind of like get over some sort of a crisis, let's say. You could also be wrapping up a chapter in some shape or form work-wise. So maybe you finalized a very important project at work. Maybe you have finally, I don't know, like delivered like a report or delivered the results that were expected of you. You do seem to have been quite stressed about delivering these, I don't know, either this project or these results, but I want to say that the result is probably really good overall. And there's also an element of, let's say, how should I put it, of just kind of like accepting that you have done your best, accepting that you've done everything that you could do, and some things are not necessarily in your hands. So some things are in I don't know, the hands of like your colleagues or something like that. Speaking of colleagues, a colleague might leave from work, so the team might look quite different, I'd say. 22nd of July, a really nice day. Mars trines Pluto. Okay, so I see you acting in conjunction, acting in collaboration with someone, very kind of like decisively. Your mind is like super active, your mind is on fire. This other person comes with like profound kind of like deep insights with like powerful kind of like messages and ideas, and I see you together kind of like working towards a common goal, let's say. This could also be the time when you decide to take action to transform a relationship, and I dare say that whoever this relationship is with, it could be a romantic relationship, it could be a business relationship, it does seem, so the other person seems to be very eager to transform the whole thing. 23rd of July, the sun is going to oppose Pluto. I feel like this could be a day of a power struggle between you and someone who you did not necessarily expect opposition from. And 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury in Virgo is going to be direct. This is a very good time to organize things financially, maybe to focus on money, to focus on like budgeting, expenses, getting your finances in order, and to talk money in general. And that, my lovely Leos, is July for you. Now, Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings, July 2024, what does it have in store for you? First and foremost, Virgos, I have to say this, from the beginning of the month until the 11th of July. Venus, planet of love, of enjoyment, of pleasure, of harmony. Venus is going to be transiting your 11th house of friends and goals for the future, groups, communities, organizations, my lovely Virgos. So it's actually a very good time, I want to say, to go out with your friends, for example, to say yes to invitations to, I don't know, like concerts, any group type of events, let's say. You do seem to feel very appreciated, dare I say loved, maybe even by your friends, by the people that you consider your peers, that you see as your peers. So Venus is also the ruler of your second house. This is also a very good time, Virgos, if you are involved with any type of community, with any type of group of people that has an impact on your money and finances. So if you're part of an, I don't know, like a professional organization, until the 11th of July, it's actually a very good idea to connect with them, to go out with them, to spend time with them, to prioritize, let's say, feeding these relationships, because they might actually pay off financially. This is also a period until the 11th of July when you might spend money on socializing and going out with friends and meeting with your peers. From the 11th of July all the way until the 5th of August, Venus is going to be transiting your 12th house. Now, Virgos, Venus rules your second house and your 9th house. So from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, I recommend, if it's possible, I know it's not always possible, but I would recommend, for example, taking some time off, going on holiday, maybe going on a retreat, or yeah, just kind of like getting away from the world a little bit. Spending some money on like relaxation, traveling, resting. You may feel like it's worth investing some of your time, energy, and resources into maybe activities that you don't necessarily want to share with the world, but that make you happy and that have like a fun, playful, maybe even creative element to them. One thing, however, be very careful where you leave your wallet, for example, or where you, I don't know, like leave your credit card or something like that. Because the 12th house can be a house of loss. So when you're having a good time, if you're, I don't know, chilling on a beach somewhere, Virgos, make sure that you know exactly where you've left the cash, and don't go for like, I don't know, swim in the ocean, hoping that you're gonna find the cash when you come back. Just like leave it with someone, or yeah, make sure that it's safe. That's just my recommendation. Mars, planet of action, Virgos. Mars is going to be transiting your 9th house until the 20th of July. Mars is a ruler of your 3rd house and of your 8th house. Okay, so what's going on here? So pretty much until the 20th of July, you might feel very eager, very keen to defend what you believe in, to defend your beliefs, to defend your life philosophy, to defend your worldviews. There's also a high chance that you might put a lot of energy into, for example, planning trips or discussing about matters connected with traveling or connected with foreign lands and foreign countries in some shape or form. You might also need to put energy and potentially defend something within a court of law in some shape or form. You might also feel like you have to fight for something that you feel is right when it comes to a financial matter, or let's say a financial issue that impacts both you and someone else. So kind of like a joint material or financial issue, let's say Virgos. If you are traveling until the 20th of July, I would also be careful not to get into a fight with someone from a different culture, someone from a different cultural background, and potentially not to insult someone from a different cultural background. Because Mars it's also the ruler of your 8th house, so you might not fully be aware of what they value, of what is important to this person, and as a result, there is a possibility that you might get into a conflict without necessarily intending to, but just because you have essentially said the wrong thing, which sometimes, let's face it, it happens to the best of us. If you can, if it is a possibility, I would recommend not traveling or just being super careful on the 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after, when Mars conjuncts Uranus in your 9th house. If you're traveling on this day, I would potentially expect something sudden to happen that maybe results in, I don't know, like the plane being delayed or the flight being canceled, or at the very last minute, I don't know, like a storm coming up, because Uranus loves a good storm. If you are in the air, I would absolutely wear your seatbelt, just as an FYI. There can also be news of sudden, kind of like disruptive attacks connected with foreign lands and foreign countries around this time, my dear Virgos. If you have siblings, there could be some sort of unexpected fight that you have with a sibling over a matter of principle, because you're not seeing things eye to eye, or you're not seeing things in the same light. You're not seeing eye to eye. I'm trying to sound smart here, okay? And I'm mixing up my expressions. I apologize. I realize I'm talking to Virgos, and you are going to pick up every single like detail of like what I say and do, and you're gonna be like, Rux, that makes no sense. Are you reinventing English? No, I'm not trying to do that. But yeah, sometimes, I mean, it happens, because English is not my first language. So be careful when it comes to traveling around the 15th of July, if you can avoid it. If you are traveling or if you are abroad, be careful not to get into an unexpected sudden fight. Mars-Uranus can also result in like technological or digital kind of problems, accidents, let's call them. So for example, I don't know, you might be traveling and you realize that your like travel account has been hacked or something like that. So security is very important if you ask me. You could also have an epiphany. You could have an aha moment and realize around the 15th of July, Virgos, that you no longer believe in what you used to believe in. So it could be a lightning bolt moment where you have this sudden realization that your worldview has changed, and you are probably very fast to break free, to disconnect in some shape or form from a previous set of beliefs, I'd say. Mars is going to transit Gemini from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, my dear Virgos. A lot of energy, a lot of action, a lot of initiative required of you in a professional setup, but also in a public setup. So let's say you don't work necessarily in like a, how should we call it? Yeah, kind of like conventional way. Nevertheless, Mars transiting your 10th house might require you to be very active out into the public sphere, out into the public world. It's best to use this energy from the 20th of July until the 4th of September by taking the lead and by taking action in a professional, in a career setup, or by leading some sort of a public initiative if you're not working. Careful not to get into verbal fights and arguments and just like really like sticky debates with managers, bosses, figures of authority, siblings, maybe also your mother, because the 10th house in traditional astrology is associated with the mother. You do seem to be quite forceful with your words from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. Sometimes that is likely to kind of like hit the sweet spot. Sometimes maybe not. So choose your words carefully. That's just my recommendation. And don't just kind of like jump to mental conclusions. But sometimes it may feel like you are reading a situation very kind of like correctly, and you need to stand up and defend what you believe in very publicly, using words, using facts, using arguments. Remember, Gemini is all about the facts, right? Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of July, Mercury in Cancer is going to trine Neptune in Pisces. Oh my God, like such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day in terms of inspiring conversations with friends, with your peers, maybe feeling inspired by, I don't know, some sort of a collective, some sort of a group event that you're attending. Maybe you're going to, I don't know, like a concert, a classical concert, and like ideas kind of like start flowing to you. A very good day for a creative brainstorm. Also a very good day to enjoy, I don't know, like something relaxing together with a friend or with a romantic partner, or maybe with a combination of the aforementioned. On the 2nd of July, the same day, Mercury goes into Leo in your 12th house until the 25th of July. So I want to say that you might think a lot about, throughout this period, you might think a lot about your mental health. You might think a lot about getting away from the world. You might think a lot about retreating for a little bit. And you might also think a lot about how you can have maybe more fun without necessarily kind of like sharing that with the outside world. 3rd of July, superb day. So I like the 2nd and the 3rd of July. Now it's kind of, I know there will be some folks that say, Rux, the 3rd of July is a mixed bag. And okay, I agree. I'll give you that. It's a really good day because Venus is going to trine Saturn. So I see a significant commitment that you are making to someone or someone is making to you. They could be a romantic partner. They could be a business partner. You could also make some sort of a significant commitment to a friend or to a community or to an organization. I see some sort of a contractual long-term agreement between you and an organization, a community, or a partner, and it could be a business partner. It feels like together with a partner you are deciding to work on something long-term, so it could be for work purposes. In any case, successful collaborations on the 3rd of July. However, Mercury opposes Pluto. You might not be feeling that good on this day health-wise. And there's also a possibility, so you might be feeling, yeah, a little bit like there's just something kind of like, I don't know, like that needs detoxing from your body, potentially. You could also be hearing some sort of like hidden bits and pieces of information coming to the surface about a colleague or something or someone in the workplace that can be quite disturbing, I'd say. 5th of July, 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in the 11th house, trining Saturn in Pisces. I feel like this could be a fresh start for you and a friend. So you could be kind of maybe deciding to bring a different layer to the friendship, to the relationship. For example, you might decide to collaborate with a friend on something work-wise. This could also be the time when you start working with someone who is an expert in some shape or form, to help you achieve some long-term goals. So you might be setting goals and intentions together with like an advisor, a consultant, maybe a coach, or a collaborator of some sorts. This could also be the time when you set goals and intentions together with a romantic partner, and you might decide, okay, this is going to be big, this is going to require a lot of effort from both of us, but we are very emotionally invested in this and we believe in it, and we are willing to put in the energy, the time, and the effort. So really successful collaborations, 5th of July, I wanna say. And there is an element of maybe both work, so effort, as well as enjoyment coming together in this collaboration. 11th of July, Sun trining Saturn in your 7th house of relationships once again. It could become very clear to you who it is that can help you to accomplish some of your long-term goals. This could also be the time when you sign a deal, a contract, and when you deliver some really good work for maybe like a very, I don't know, like, I was about to say rigid, a very serious client or someone who you take very, very seriously. 11th of July, also a very good day because Venus trines Neptune. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous day for a date, my dear Virgos. regardless of whether you're single or with someone already. So who says you can't take your spouse on a date? Also, Venus trining Neptune is superb for inspiration when it comes to art, design, beauty. So for example, this could be a great day to go to like a, I don't know, like an art gallery and yeah, just kind of like get inspired, make connections, and overall it feels like a very enjoyable time. As I said, 15th of July, not my favorite day. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got another full moon in Capricorn, my dear Virgos. This full moon is in a nice aspect to Neptune in Pisces in your 7th house of relationships. I feel like it's once again a moment to celebrate some sort of like hard work that you've done in conjunction with someone else. Maybe hard work that you've done on a creative project with a collaborator. Maybe hard work that you've done with your spouse on, I don't know, like getting your child, preparing your child for their exams, and now they've taken their exams, they've passed the exams, and together with your partner you might be celebrating and just like giving yourselves credit for the work that together you have done as a family. Speaking of children, there's this sense of relief connected with children, as if the hardest part is behind you, as if the hardest part is over. It's also a very good day to just have fun with your peers, have fun with your friends, have fun with a significant other. It can be a romantic day also, but I feel like if you're having fun with someone, it's probably in a group type of setup, and it's also kind of like mixed with like an energy of like effort or of having accomplished something that required work and effort. 22nd of July, really nice day, because the sun is going to trine Neptune. I'm just going to say this, Virgos, this month you seem to have a lot of people on your side. A lot of people who love you, who appreciate you, a lot of people who are willing to help you, a lot of people who are very supportive with your goals, with your plans, a lot of friends by your side. So a lot of activity when it comes to friendship this month, and also when it comes to group events, group collaborations, social events. Another great day for a social event, another great day to connect with someone close to your heart, like a good friend. On the 22nd of July, my apologies, the sun will also go into your 12th house. So finally it feels like after a lot of socializing, it's time to put the spotlight on resting, relaxing, mental health, and just kind of like regrouping behind the scenes in some shape or form. 22nd of July, Mars trines Pluto. I like this because it feels like your action and your initiative to transform something connected with your work or potentially with your health is working, and you can see the way forward, and you can proceed, I'd say. Virgos. 23rd of July, you might not be feeling that energized health-wise. On the contrary, I'd say you could also uncover something quite disturbing connected with work, maybe something that you hadn't accounted for, and you might also realize, okay, this is what I need to give up on if I'm looking to be healthy moving forward. So I need to release this thing that I was doing or that was kind of like sabotaging my health. And now I see it very, very clearly that it's toxic. 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be direct in Virgo. So Mercury in domicile, my dear Virgos, transiting your first house is making you, I was about to say, it's making you extra smart, but let's put it this way. It is helping you very, very significantly with any type of technical, mental, intellectual, logical, analytical, and administrative tasks that you need to fulfill. So from the 25th of July until the 5th of August, because afterwards Mercury is going to go retrograde, but we are going to discuss about the retrograde in the August horoscope. And that is July. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, July 2024. What does it look like for you? Well, Libras, Venus, your ruler, is going to be transiting Cancer, your 10th house of career, until the 11th of July. So you're probably going to be very invested in what's going on in your lives from a professional perspective, Libras. You may feel like potentially you need to act as the relationship builder, as the diplomat, as the one that brings people together. You're also likely to feel very appreciated in a professional setup. And if, let's say, you're not working or you're not involved in anything professional, Venus transiting your 10th house might make you feel very appreciated and admired in a public setup in general. There's also a very high chance that relationships with your mother, but also with women who are in a position of power in some shape or form in your lives. Libras, for example, let's say you have a manager who is a woman. So relationships with women in positions of power are likely to see an improvement. Generally until the 11th of July, if you ask people in positions of authority, as I said, managers, bosses, and so on, if you ask them for anything, they are probably going to agree, probably going to say yes to your demands. Generally, you're also likely to feel like your reputation is experiencing some sort of an improvement, Libras, throughout this period. Then from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, Venus is going to be transiting your 11th house. Libras, this is the perfect time to have fun with friends, attend concerts with friends, take part in fun, playful, but maybe also creative events with friends, with your peers, and with people who have kind of like similar, let's say, goals, aims, and targets. For those of you who have your own business, especially Libra risings, this period is likely to be quite auspicious in terms of the business generating more money. And yes, in some shape or form, kind of like seeing an uptick in let's say, orders, for example, or in terms of clients. This is also generally a very good time, my dear Libras, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, to smooth things over with the people who you've had a challenging or like a tough, I don't know, relationship with, or maybe it just felt like it was difficult to get on the same page. It feels like you can even turn those who were maybe blatantly against you or against your values, you can turn them into friends, I'd say. This is also a fantastic period to set goals and intentions on a personal level, Libras. What is important to you? What's going to make you happy? Where do you see yourselves in the future? Venus will help you clarify what really matters to you. And it might also feel like you are likely to attract towards you the people and the support that can help you make those goals and targets a reality. Now that's Venus. What's Mars doing? My dear Libras, Mars, which is the ruler of your house of relationships, as well as the ruler of your house of income, is going through your 8th house until the 20th of July. What does that tell us? It tells us that you probably have a lot to pay. Maybe you have bills to pay. Maybe you have to pay off your credit card. Maybe you have to put a lot of your resources into, I don't know, like debts or paying off mortgages. As I said, maybe paying off loans. It feels like you're giving a lot of money, or let's say you are channeling a lot of your resources, Libras, towards others. You could also be covering expenses for others until the 20th of July. That's a possibility. There's also a possibility that you might be having some heated exchanges with a partner regarding money, finances, and shared assets and shared resources until the 20th of July. Do be careful, because your partner does seem to be, and I'm referring here both to life partner as well as potentially business partners, if you do have business partners. Your partner might be quite stubborn in terms of how they see things working out financially, and in terms of how they see things unfolding when it comes to spending, for example, shared, I don't know, like, yes, kind of like shared earnings, let's say. So there is a possibility of fighting. There is a possibility of conflict. Let me put it this way. Your partner, if you are in a relationship, Libras, could also be very quick to spend money until the 20th of July, and sometimes you might feel like telling them, "Listen, slow down. What are you doing? Why is this going here? Why is all of this going towards, I don't know, buying new things for the garden?" It may feel until the 20th of July like you potentially have to fight with someone for what's rightfully yours, materially speaking. And I feel like you can win the fight, Libras, if and only if you're very patient with this person, or you're very patient with this, I don't know, if it's an institution, with this institution, because they do seem to move at a much slower pace than you do. So yeah, it feels like it's a little bit of a slog. It's a little bit of a marathon in terms of obtaining what you want and what it is that you're fighting for. I'm not a big fan. So this is the day that I like the least in July, Libras. I'm not a big fan of the 15th of July, when Mars conjuncts Uranus in Taurus. Here, there is a possibility that maybe your bank experiences like a cyber attack, or like some sort of a digital attack. Maybe they get hacked, and you realize that, I don't know, your like personal details have been exposed potentially, and you have to like change all your passwords and things like that. So do be careful when it comes to digital and maybe like cyber attacks around the 15th of July, give or take a week before, not a week before, a day before, a day after. I also want to flag that Mars-Uranus can be quite accident prone, and it's a very, very disruptive energy. So there is a possibility that a partner might experience a disruption of their kind of like flow of income. So for example, a partner might lose their source of income around this time, around the 15th of July. A partner might lose some money, or they might kind of like misplace them. There could also be something kind of like sudden and abrupt happening in the life of a partner that requires a significant expense, I'd say. If you have investments, Libras, I feel like they could experience a sharp, I am inclined to believe a sharp decrease, if you ask me. So you could see, I don't know, like all of a sudden overnight, and of course this is not financial advice and you're completely in charge of what you do with your money, but you could see overnight the fact that the value of your stocks, for example, has gone down. Or there could be some sort of like unexpected news coming up, and all of a sudden, because of that piece of news, once again, the value of your investments kind of like goes south. It feels like here, also around the 15th of July, someone who maybe you saw as a collaborator or as a partner might surprise you with, I don't know, their like sudden reaction, like sudden anger, like sudden frustration. And even though this seems quite out of the blue and quite shocking, there is a possibility that for example, a business relationship may no longer function. I will put it out there. So that is Mars and Uranus for you. Mars is going to go into Gemini, 20th of July until the 4th of September in your 9th house. So throughout this period, you might feel like you need to put a lot of verbal energy into defending your belief system, your life philosophy, your worldview. You could also be putting a lot of energy and possibly quite a bit of money into traveling, academic matters, cultural activities. For example, I don't know, like participating in like I don't know, like exhibitions or something like that. You could be traveling throughout this period from the 20th of July until the 4th of September for financial kind of like reasons, so for business purposes. You might also spend money from the 20th of July until the 4th of September on a legal matter or on a matter connected with your passport, for example, or your visa or your residency in some shape or form. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. I took you through some of the most important transits of July, Libras. 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune in your 6th house. A really successful day, I want to say, at work, but successful without really having to try that hard. Successful in what sense? If you just kind of like show, show that your imagination is very strong and come up with creative ideas and come up with creative solutions. It feels like things work themselves out, I'd say, Libras. Inspired or inspirational or even like fantasy-like ideas seem to come into the space of work, of day-to-day work. And funnily enough, this time they seem to absolutely do the job. 2nd of July until the 25th of July, Mercury will also transit Leo in your 11th house of friends. So it feels like there's going to be a lot of like talks, communication with friends, with colleagues, with peers, with your tribe. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn, a very successful kind of like collaboration and partnership is kind of like taking shape in the workspace. It feels like you're receiving appreciation from colleagues, from a boss, from coworkers, from clients for a job very, very well done. It feels like together with someone else you have accomplished something really difficult in a professional setup. It also feels like the health of a parent, I'm looking especially here at the mother, the health of a parent might be significantly improving, I'd say. You might also decide to share with the world around the 3rd of July some of the good results, the positive results that you've been having whilst working on your health, Libras, this year. 3rd of July, also, Mercury opposes Pluto. You might hear something, you might find out something that is quite I want to say toxic, I want to say disturbing, I want to say potentially even a little bit dark, connected with a friend. Maybe you hear that they've been gossiping about you behind your back. Maybe you hear that they've been hiding something from you. There's also a possibility, if you have kids, that you might hear something connected with a child that really, really rattles you, and it probably requires a very serious conversation with your child. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's going to be a new moon in your house of career, trine Saturn. Oh, I love this. I love this, Libras. Some of you could be getting a new role, a new position professionally, something that puts you higher up on the ladder, something that gives you a higher status, something that kind of like improves upon your reputation and your position in the world. This could also be the time when you're, as I said, maybe just kind of like starting a new job altogether in a different direction. But it could be that you're receiving a promotion within the same company that you're in. It could also be a fresh start for those of you who have your own businesses. You may start collaborating with someone, and it feels like this is going to be a very long-term thing, a very long-term collaboration on a project or on a set of projects that you absolutely enjoy, Libras. That is going to require a lot of like imagination, or this project or this series of projects, and a lot of you using or like tapping into your aesthetic and into your kind of like tastes and into your kind of like artistic skill set, Libras. This could also be the time when you announce to the world that there's been some changes that you're quite happy with in your romantic sector, I'd say. So the spotlight can be, regardless of what's happening professionally, the spotlight can also be placed on your romantic status, and you do seem to feel quite pleased with the romantic status that has been kind of like evolving lately, Libras. 11th of July, very productive day at work. It feels like you kind of like tapping into your emotional intelligence does the trick beautifully, and listening and being kind and empathetic just does the job. This is also a very romantic day. Venus trines Neptune. I mean, if you want to do something nice for someone that you really, really appreciate, that you really love. This is the day to do so. This also feels like a fantastic day if you need to like step on stage, if you need to like present something in a public setup. It could be for your career, but it could also be generally to the world. You seem to come across as this sort of like, I don't know, like role model and like super kind of like inspiring and like very kind of like admired figure, I'd say. Let's see. 21st of July. Okay, so we've got another full moon, just like in June, in Capricorn. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating the 4th house, 10th house axis. It's in a nice aspect to Neptune in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So a parent could be overcoming, or a family member could be overcoming some sort of like health-related issue. They're getting like relief from it. They can relax from it. They can let go of what's been going on. They can make peace and say, okay, we've worked on this, we've solved this issue, and now it's time to move on. Some of you could also be maybe finalizing something that you've been working on at home in your private life. It could be a creative project, it could be a project that requires imagination in some shape or form, and you might feel ready to bring this to a close, I'd say. There's also a feeling of wrapping up a process connected with your home and living situation here, Libra. So if you've been looking to move, for example, this is it. This could be the time when you, I don't know, like send away all your boxes and finally, I don't know, like say goodbye to the house, the garden, the space, or whatever it is. If you've been looking for a house, then there's a very high chance that you may find a house around this time. 22nd of July, Leo season starts. So Leo season is going to put the spotlight even more on you socializing, meeting with friends, going out. Have fun for the next month. Meet your people, have fun with your people, my dear Libras. I like the 22nd of July also because the sun trines Neptune. It feels like you've got a lot of like clarity and you've got a very strong vision. Maybe it feels like a dream, maybe it feels like a fantasy, but for you it's like so vivid. You've got a very strong vision of where you want to go from now on, moving forward professionally. And please hold that vision in your mind's eye because it's very, very likely to manifest, my lovely Libras. I also like the 22nd of July because Mars trines Pluto. You seem to feel very courageous and bold to take action on a project that is very close to your heart, that is very dear to you, and that you are maybe even a tiny little bit obsessed with, because it brings you so much joy, and it feels like, okay, this is it. It's kind of like, I am gonna like channel my energy into this, and you're brimming with ideas, and you are ready to do some courageous things when it comes to this creative baby, let's call it. 23rd of July, not my favorite day because the sun is gonna oppose Pluto, so maybe some sort of a power struggle with a friend or hearing things connected with a friend again that maybe make you question the friendship. And 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be direct in Virgo in your 12th house. In August, Mercury is gonna go retrograde. So 25th of July until the 5th of August is actually a really good time to work behind the scenes on matters that are technical, administrative, logistical, that require, I don't know, the gathering of information, like research, like piecing information together, I don't know, like going through your spreadsheets, like creating spreadsheets and categorizing information. So it does feel like this is going to be a very, very good period to do this, to do some sort of like mental, technical, intellectual work behind the scenes. And that's Libra. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings, July 2024. What is going on for you, my lovely Scorpios? A lot is going on in July. For all of us, But let me start off with the very beginning. So Venus, planet of love, of enjoyment, of pleasure, of leisure. Venus is going to be transiting your ninth house until the 11th of July. This is a really good time to actually to travel, to connect with people from different countries, different cultures, to travel long distance, especially maybe to give yourselves permission, Scorpios, to be inspired by someone who you admire, because they kind of like have this sort of like worldview and mentality and belief system that that feels very close to your heart in some shape or form. You might also feel very much on the same page from a philosophical perspective, let's put it this way, with a romantic partner. If you're looking for a spiritual guide in any shape or form, I will say that until the 11th of July, Venus is likely to make things easy for you in this direction. Venus is going to enter Leo in your house of career from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. So this is a fabulous time for you to form partnerships professionally, to connect with people who are likely to be very impactful in a positive way from a professional perspective. So talk to that person who you've been meaning to like email for forever, and like take them out for coffee and see if there's a way if you can collaborate. So business partnerships, very nicely aspected 11th of July until the 5th of August. You do seem to be super charming in a professional setup throughout this period. So you can charm clients, you can charm your boss, you can charm, you also seem to like charm pretty much anyone in a public setup. You seem to be quite admired in a public setup. People look up to you. It also feels like whatever it is that you're trying to obtain professionally or connected with your reputation and status from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, you're finding just the right people. So just the right people are making their way to you to kind of like to help you achieve whatever it is that you want to achieve in this direction. Now that is Venus. Let's talk a little bit about Mars. Mars is doing some more complicated things. Mars is going to be transiting your house of relationships until the 20th of July. So what does that tell us? It's telling us that partners, both life partners as well as business partners, are likely to come across as quite demanding and pushy, and maybe even sometimes a little bit like stubborn and forceful in their stubbornness. So just like really digging their heels in and saying no and being like super, super rigid about not meeting you halfway, let's say. There is a very high chance of conflict around the 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after, my dear Scorpios. Of conflict that could also lead to a breakup or a separation. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a romantic separation. It could be a business breakup. So maybe you've been collaborating with someone for a very long time, and following this sort of like massive clash around the 15th of July, you decide to go your separate ways. I am inclined to believe that a professional relationship, a professional collaboration might come to an end around the time of this of this conjunction, so around the 15th of July, because Venus, which is the ruler of the sign that the conjunction is happening in, Venus is going to be in your 10th house of career. So you could be kind of like cutting someone out of your life professionally, maybe, or I know, like parting ways with your accountant. Maybe you've just like finally had enough, I'd say. There's also a possibility around the 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after, that a partner might be having some sort of an unexpected, some sort of a sudden health-related issue that needs to be addressed literally on the spot. So immediately, if you ask me. If you are counting on someone to, I don't know, maybe like hold a presentation with, or like arrange a meeting with, or like hold a workshop with, or something like that. If you are counting on someone to do that together in a work setup around the 15th of July, Scorpios, I would absolutely have a backup plan, because something very shocking and sudden and disruptive might happen in the life of the other person, and you might find yourselves on your own, I'd say, Scorpio. So I do believe it's smart, essentially, to have a backup plan around this time. There's also a possibility that someone could tell you that they need some space from you. I will say it. It could be a business collaborator. It could be a colleague. It could be that they just kind of like completely refuse to collaborate with you. They rebel against you. Remember, Uranus is the rebel, and Mars is also your chart ruler. So someone could say, no, enough. How you treat this is going to be completely up to you, Scorpios. Now, Mars is going to be transiting Gemini from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. So it feels like you're going to be putting a lot of energy into matters connected with money, shared assets, shared resources, potentially assets and shared resources that you have in common with someone else. You might need to put a lot of like mental energy into solving some sort of financial issue at work. Potentially also into solving some sort of a crisis connected with maybe like a health related matter. Maybe you need to like move really quickly and make some bookings and make some plans. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the most awful of things. Maybe it's just like something that you need to like plan for and act upon. But I do believe that speed is of the essence. Don't be so quick. From the 20th of July until the 4th of September, don't be so quick, my dear Scorpios, to invest into something new. Because Mars is in a rush, and maybe not everything is as, I don't know, like, lucrative. Not every investment opportunity is as lucrative as it seems on the surface. That's just my recommendation, but of course you are free to do whatever you want. This is not financial advice, and astrology does not take away our free will. There's also a very high chance that from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, in a work setup, colleagues, clients, co-workers in general might start digging into maybe some aspects of your work that give you a tiny little bit of anxiety. So if there's any project or any aspect of your work that you're feeling a little bit nervous about, brace yourselves, Scorpios, because it feels like people are going to like uncover exactly that. Now, the good news is that you're very good in crisis, but be prepared to come up with logical, rational, concrete arguments as to why you've done things in a certain way. Now, let's go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of July, Mercury trines Neptune, a very romantic day. It's a great day for a date. It's a very good day to maybe participate in an artistic activity, maybe something that stimulates both your mind as well as your imagination. Ideas filled with like kind of like imagination and inspired by something beyond the 3D are kind of like flowing to you and through you. It also feels like you can finally relax if you have kids when it comes to the education of your children, because they do seem to be kind of like going in the right direction and doing something very, very well. Really inspiring kind of like conversations seem to be happening around this time. So I'm loving the 2nd of July. This is also the date when Mercury goes into your house of career, my dear Scorpios. So there is a chance that your mind until the 25th of July is going to be very focused on work and what's next for you professionally. 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn. The relationship with a child is being strengthened, or the relationship with a romantic partner is being strengthened, my dear Scorpios. It's also a very romantic day. If you want to use the energy in this way, it feels like after a lot of maybe like hard work on something that was of interest for both of you, you can finally kind of like enjoy maybe like some time out or like a date or maybe even a trip together with your significant other if you do have a romantic partner. You could also be reaching an agreement with a partner regarding the future of your children. 3rd of July is also a date that I'm not super keen on because Mercury opposes Pluto, so it's a mixed bag, the 3rd of July. There could be some disturbing news coming to the surface about your boss, about your career, about your industry, or maybe also about your parent. You might hear some sort of a secret connected with a parent, something quite disturbing. 5th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's going to be a new moon in your 9th house, trining Saturn and conjunct Venus. I love this. I love this, Scorpios. It feels like you're getting a reset. You're getting a bit of a fresh start when it comes to your worldview, your belief system, your life philosophy. You're being inspired by someone. Someone that you're really looking up to, that you really admire. Is really kind of like challenging you to think differently, to look at the world differently, to find meaning in a different way. There's also a possibility that this new moon can bring a fresh start when it comes to the education of your children. You do seem to be quite proud of them because they've worked really hard to get here. There's also this sense of like really enjoying around this time the connection that you have with a different culture. Maybe as you're traveling or as you're planning to travel, you're really discovering that you're very drawn to a specific culture, and you may decide to start kind of like exploring it more and investing more time into it, into this activity, Scorpios. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. Great day for creative activities at work. You seem to be enjoying your work. It also seems to become very clear to you maybe what it is that you need to put more effort into, because it gives you a sense of happiness, personal fulfillment, as well as meaning to your life. I want to say that the 2nd of July, the 5th of July, the 11th of July, these are all some really really good times, really nice times when it comes to traveling. So if you can travel around this time or make plans, fabulous, 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 fabulous. I told you about the Mars conjunction with Uranus, which I'm not super keen on, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, I forgot to mention that the 11th of July is probably one of the most romantic days of the month, with Venus trining Neptune. You can literally be swept off your feet by someone romantically. It's a day to daydream. It's a day to like escape from the world together with a romantic partner, go out on dates, allow love to come to you. You have to do nothing just to be receptive. So I am loving, 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 loving the 11th of July. 21st of July, we have another full moon in Capricorn, just like the one that we had in June, but this one is happening at the end of Capricorn, so at 29 degrees of Capricorn. This full moon is activating your axis of travel, studies, education, and it's making a nice aspect to Neptune in the 5th house. So this could be the time when you pass an exam, when you hear great news connected with your education, maybe when you physically travel, or when you I don't know, like make the payment for like a trip. This could be the time when you maybe decide to sign up for like an educational program. It could also be the time when you wrap up an educational program and it feels like it's leaving you more time to enjoy life and to relax. If you've been waiting for news connected with a sale or a purchase, you're probably going to get them. And once again, you are finally going to be able to relax and forget about this whole thing, because it might have been weighing a little bit kind of like heavily on your mind. If you're looking to sell a car, great time to do so, because you're probably going to find a good buyer. Yeah, it's a nice time. It's a nice full moon, and you might also need to like have an important conversation with a loved one around this time, but it feels like it's going very well. So if you're afraid to do it for whatever reason, if you're skeptical, just bite the bullet, my dear Scorpios. 22nd of July, Leo season starts. So for the next month, the spotlight is going to be on your career and public status and public reputation, and kind of like your image out into the world, my dear Scorpios. 22nd of July is another great date for traveling and to give yourselves permission to be kind of like inspired by maybe like a different life philosophy, and to really feel the connection with a higher power. So it's a great day to meditate. It's a great day to maybe to kind of like to listen to an inspiring talk or something like that. Also 22nd of July, Mars trines Pluto. It feels like you know how to take action to overcome some sort of a crisis at home. 23rd of July, Sun opposes Pluto. Power struggle, either at work or at home, or on both fronts. Power struggle maybe with a parent or with a figure of authority. You seem to be very clear on what it is that you need to leave behind in your private life if you are to fulfill your full potential in your professional life and in your public life. And 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury in Virgo is going to be direct, because in August Mercury goes retrograde, just as an FYI, Scorpios. So this is actually a very good time from the 25th of July until the 5th of August to connect with friends, to work with friends, to work with peers, to work with your communities, with your tribes on practical matters, to maybe be of service to a community and to help them by kind of like giving them access to your brain and to your mind, and by coming up with solutions to their problems. And that, Scorpios, is July for you. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. July 2024, what is going on? What is going on, Sagittarians? Well, I can tell you that it's going to be a very busy month. Work-wise, at least, my lovely Sagittarians, until the 20th of July, with Mars transiting your 6th house of day-to-day work. I feel like there's a lot of action that needs to be taken. I feel like you need to push through in order to get things done at work. You might actually prefer to work alone throughout this period, just because Mars is the planet of individuality, and it doesn't really do that well with collaboration. And when things don't go your way, you might be prone to getting angry, for instance. There is a high chance of frustration at work and anger and unexpected conflicts, actually, especially around the 15th of July, give or take a day before and a day after, when Mars conjuncts Uranus. There is a possibility that something could break at work. So maybe something all of a sudden, I don't know, like falls apart, a system crashes or something along those lines. Things no longer work, something technological, something digital is kind of like in tatters or is destroyed in some shape or form. It could give birth to a sudden outburst of anger and frustration on your end, but potentially also on a colleague's or a client's side, let's say. Mars, Sagittarians, for you rules the 5th house and the 12th house. I see here the possibility of a hidden enemy coming to the surface in your work environment. Now, maybe this sounds very woo-woo. It's like, wow, hidden enemy. Oh my God. When I say hidden enemy, I mean, it could just be something that was not functioning properly, or something that was kind of like, without you necessarily realizing it, sabotaging your work from the background, and now you see the full impact of its, I don't know, of its influence, let's say. So maybe, let's say you forgot to set up a system the correct way, the proper way, and it's been malfunctioning in the background, and on the 15th of July, give or take a day before or a day after, it crashes. That's a possibility. Just putting it out there. Be prepared for sudden emergencies. I mean, emergencies are generally sudden, right? Be prepared for the need to act super quickly all of a sudden around the 15th of July at work, and do have a flexible schedule at work if you can, Sagittarians, because yeah, it feels like things will pop up that you didn't necessarily see coming. Now, for those of you who have kids, I'm not really liking the 15th of July, day before and day after either, because they are a little bit accident prone. So if they're playing sports or games, if they go to football or like any other game, tell them to take it easy and not rush and not jump into, I don't know, like any unnecessary duels, let's say. So you're very busy at work until the 20th of July, Sagittarians. From the 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars, planet of action, goes into your house of relationships. So it may feel like relationships require you to like act quickly, think fast, speak fast, come up with like ideas really quick. There could be some verbal kind of like ping pong matches. You can take the word ping pong out of it, but I just like it in my head when I see kind of like the when I visualize a ping pong match, I'm like bam, 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 bam. So I kind of like foresee that for you with some of your kind of like partners. And I'm not just referring to romantic partners. I am referring also, for example, to business partnerships. There could be some verbal matches and debates between you and this type of person from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. Sometimes people forget that the 7th house is also the house of open adversaries, right? So someone who is in competition with you might be very vocal throughout this period. Maybe someone who is really like eager to show that they are more creative than you. Maybe they are smarter than you. So it might feel like the competition is very vocal throughout this period. If you're in a relationship, careful not to get into arguments, especially over the kids or over kind of like passions and hobbies and like who likes what. Your partner, if you are in a romantic relationship, Sagittarians, might want to take the lead throughout this period. So if it's all the same to you, maybe just let them. They could also be quite vocal throughout this period and sometimes say things that they didn't actually mean that could potentially be like interpreted or like taken the wrong way. So maybe just like ask them to like slow down and think before they speak. Venus, what's Venus doing this month, Sagittarians? So until the 11th of July, it's transiting your 8th house. So there is actually a chance that you might see some really good results with your investments if you have investments. Of course, now this is not financial advice, so do remember that you are in charge of your finances. Venus being one of the two benefic planets in astrology, it's also associated with value, so you might see until the 11th of July the value of your investments going up. If you are kind of like expecting any sort of like news or approval from, I don't know, the bank or investors, any sort of news connected with other people's money and resources, there can be good news until the 11th of July. Especially, I want to say, around the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, when there's going to be a new moon in this part of your chart, my dear Sagittarians. So, for example, around the 5th of July, when we have the new moon going on in the sky, you could hear news of your mortgage request being approved, or of receiving that line of credit that you asked for. Or you could hear news of someone who has a lot of resources being willing and eager to maybe, I don't know, like invest in your business for instance, or team up with you. There is a possibility that around the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, you might kick off a very lucrative business partnership. If you're working on commission in any shape or form, I also feel like you're developing a relationship around the 5th of July that is likely to pay off beautifully, especially if there is any sort of like commission and kind of like percentage involved in how you're getting paid. This could also be the time when you start together with the help of a partner, a collaborator, an advisor. You start kind of like transforming the way that you work, the way that you serve others, the way that you kind of like bring your skills and your services to the world in a professional setup. This can also be the time when you start transforming the relationship that you have with someone very close to you. It could be a romantic partner, it could be a parent, it could be a child. You kind of like, you may decide to potentially share more of your feelings in relationship with this person. They might be open to sharing more of their feelings, and it feels like the whole kind of like connection is going through a reset that is likely to bring the two of you much closer together. Is the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, also a great time to set new intentions, new goals, and to kind of like approach things differently when it comes to the topic of shared assets, shared resources, shared finances, but also the topic of debts, taxes. Is it a good time to go about these topics differently, especially if they're in any shape or form connected with home, family, and real estate? The answer is yes. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So let's say together with your partner, you have a mortgage. And around the 5th of July, you might decide to start overpaying on your mortgage, for example. And even though it involves an effort, it feels like it's going to be something very beneficial in the long term. Could this also be the time when you maybe start clearing off some debt that you have towards a family member? That's a possibility. That is also very much a possibility. I want to draw your attention to something else, Sagittarians. You are likely to attract gifts and resources from others until the 11th of July. So if you need anyone to invest in one of your endeavors, or if you need some sort of external support when it comes to one of your endeavors, do not hesitate to ask for it, because around the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, you might really be very pleasantly surprised to see that you have received it. There's also a possibility that a family member could help you in this regards. Venus is going to be transiting Leo in your 9th house, Sagittarians, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. Great time to travel, great time to connect with people from different countries, different cultures, great time to work abroad, great time to travel with friends, great time to travel for work. Also really good time to maybe like run marketing campaigns and promote the work that you do. And to also get inspired by friends and by peers and by people within the same kind of like, I don't know, like community that you're a part of, to get like really inspired by their approach and their ideas, and maybe implement some of those ideas into the way that you do your own work, Sagittarians. Now let's go back a little bit to the beginning of the month, 2nd of July. Now, let me just take a bit of a step back. It feels like there's a lot of things getting solved and healed in a private setup for you this month, my dear Sagittarians. When exactly? 2nd of July, maybe even 3rd of July, 5th of July, 11th of July, and maybe also on the 22nd of July as well. So these few dates that I have flagged to you, it really feels like they are very significant in terms of relationships with family members, people really close to you, partners, people that are kind of like family. It feels like relationships with these people are going through a reset. You're experiencing a lot of like healing energy in this regards. You're having very significant conversations that bring you kind of like closer together. You're opening up to each other. There's this strong energy of like closeness and relaxation in each other's like presence, and of just feeling very soothed and taken care of by the people that you love, and maybe you being able to also hold space for them and take care of them, even if it's just through kind of like listening. These days are magical in this regards, my dear Sagittarian. So do connect with your loved ones, do connect with your family, do connect with your friends, do allow room for maybe even like heavier conversations to happen, because a lot of healing seems to happen at the same time, and an ability to kind of to let go of like burdens, especially emotional burdens, and to evolve from kind of like more challenging dynamics. So 2nd of July, really good day to have a heart-to-heart conversation with someone close to you. It's also a day when you seem to be able to like talk about challenging topics for you and feel heard and listened. A day of also creative ideas connected with the home, Sagittarians. 3rd of July, you seem to be able to help someone really close, maybe like a family member, with something that's very important to them, and give them peace of mind. 3rd of July, you could also hear some challenging news connected with a trip, connected with your traveling, or connected with your education. You could also hear news if you have siblings or cousins that one of them is planning to make a very radical, drastic kind of like change in their life. Not the best day in terms of traveling the 3rd of July, not by plane, not by car, not by train, because something could break down, just as an FYI. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. You seem to be working at home on something very significant with another kind of like family member, and it seems to kind of like strengthen the bond between between the two of you. The 11th of July is also the most romantic day of the month. Venus trines Neptune. I mean, if you are in a romantic relationship, I don't know, use your imagination. Maybe cook something nice for your significant other. Maybe just kind of like create this sort of like dreamy atmosphere for them, or maybe just be prepared to be wowed by them. It really feels like you can kind of like surrender to love and to affection and feel very unconditionally loved and give unconditional love around the 11th of July. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have another full moon. We had a full moon in Capricorn last month, and we have another full moon in Capricorn this month, Sagittarians. It's activating your financial axis. I feel like you have bills to pay. I feel like you're also getting paid, which is good. You might be directing some of the money towards like home matters, family matters. You could also be paying for some things for family members. So if they need your help, if they need your financial support, you could be covering some of their expenses. It is a time to talk shop. It is a time to talk money. It is a time to put the spotlight on budgeting. And if you have long-term goals connected with the home, with the family sector, or with real estate, or with the property sector, it might be worth kind of like revisiting what you spend money on. There is something also happening on the 21st of July. Mercury squares Uranus. Disruption in terms of the plans that you had made at work is very, very possible, and also disruption because of something malfunctioning when it comes to traveling, just as an FYI. 22nd of July is a really nice day. The Sun trines Neptune. It feels like it's very clear to you what your ideal home and family and living situation would be like. It's also a great day to relax with the family. And I mean, if you feel like organizing something in this direction, that would probably be very, very, very well received. Leo season starts 22nd of July, so the spotlight for the next month is going to be placed on traveling, as well as academic matters and matters connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. 22nd of July, Mars trines Pluto. It feels like together with a partner or a collaborator, it doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic partner, you are on the same page and you're having a very powerful conversation about how things need to change and how to move forward with a joint initiative. And you seem to be very, very much on the same kind of like on the same wavelength in terms of thinking. 23rd of July, another day that is not ideal for traveling. Sun opposition to Pluto in the 3rd house. Cars could break down. Trains could have delays. Yeah, you name it. You name it. This is also a time when you might become aware of something that needs to be replaced when it comes to your bike, car, or whatever like preferred mode of transportation you have, Sagittarians. 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury in Virgo is going to be direct in your 10th house. A fantastic time to speak publicly at work, to hold presentations, to have interviews, to come up with very kind of like technical, like really like smart, analytical, logical solutions in a professional setup. You seem to be very clear on what you want professionally. You seem to be on fire professionally. You seem to be super productive. And then in August, Mercury goes retrograde, but we're going to talk about that in August, my dear Sagittarians, because that is July for you. Now, let's see. Capricorns, Capricorn suns, and Capricorn risings. What is going on in July for you? Well, Capricorns, I have good news. I also have some days that I want to warn you about. But let's start with the very, very beginning. So my favorite days in July are the following. 2nd of July, 5th of July, new moon in your 7th house of relationships and partnerships. 11th of July, very good day. Also the most romantic day of the month, 11th of July, Capricorns. I like the 22nd of July as well. And I also like the period from the 25th of July until the 5th of August when it comes to kind of like educational matters, academic matters, and so on. Now, the days that I have flagged that I really, really like, with the exception of the period from the 25th of July until the 5th of August, they are very much connected with partnerships, relationships, collaborations, as well as advisors, working in conjunction with someone else, having someone advise you or consult you on a matter that is important to you. It feels like relationships with partners and collaborators are flowing very, very easily and smoothly, and you are having the exact right people by your side who can help you with whatever it is that you need help with. If you're in a romantic relationship, these are some fantastic times for your romantic relationship, Capricorns, because it feels like it is evolving in a very kind of like productive direction, and a direction that is also very emotionally fulfilling for both people involved. So that goes for you as well, my lovely Capricorns. These days that I have flagged are also superb in terms of business partnerships, especially, let me see, my dear Capricorns. Which are the days that are superb when it comes to business partnerships? 2nd of July, yes. Also 11th of July. You could also say the 5th of July to a certain extent. And the 22nd of July, I really, really like it for business partnerships. Now, what's going on? What is going on? It is going to be a month that is very focused, Capricorns, on relationships for you. Now, that doesn't mean romantic relationships only. I feel like now I always caveat this, because there's always going to be one person that comments, I don't care about romance. And I salute you if you don't care about romance. But I do have to say, Capricorns, this month is going to focus a lot on relationships and partnerships, both romantic as well as other types of partnerships. Romantically, Venus is going to be transiting your house of relationships until the 11th of July. Is this a fabulous time for romantic relationships? Yes, both for those of you who are single as well as for those of you who are open to meeting someone. If you are in a relationship, I want to say that you may be more attracted than you are in general to your partner. It may feel like they are kind of like particularly, I don't know, like seductive throughout this period, and charming, and yeah, just really, really attractive, and it's a pleasure to spend time with them. They might also be very much in a super romantic mood until the 11th of July. If you're single, then please take advantage of the period until the 11th of July and say yes to dates. Don't be afraid to ask people out on dates. I am liking the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, because this feels like the beginning, like a new beginning. For those of you who are single, it could be a new beginning romantically. Very, 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 very possibly, because the new moon in your house of relationships is conjunct Venus. This could also be the beginning of a very fruitful collaboration, professionally speaking, Capricorns, because the new moon in your house of collaborations is going to trine Saturn, which is also the ruler of your house of income. So you might be signing a deal, you might be starting work in conjunction with someone who can bring in, I don't know, like more business, more clients. This can also be the time around the 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, Capricorns, when you start working with someone who is a fabulous advisor and who can help you in the long term make more money. So it might require a little bit of an investment, but in the long term, I dare say that it's probably going to be worth it. You also seem to strike some sort of a deal in the professional space around the 5th of July. You are absolutely chuffed. You seem to be pleased. The other person seems to be pleased. Everyone seems to be feeling as if they're getting a good deal out of this. Superb, superb, superb. As I said, the new moon is a really, really nicely aspected one. Now, let's see. So Venus transits Cancer in your 7th house of relationships until the 11th of July. Then it's going to transit Leo from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. This is a time when, if you have investments, they're likely to go up in terms of value. Now, please remember, this is not financial advice, so please take your own advice when it comes to financial matters. I'm only interpreting the astrology here. You may also feel like it's actually quite enjoyable to be intimate with someone throughout this period, my dear Capricorns. You might also feel like joint financial kind of like matters connected with your work are actually quite easy to like get the hang of and solve and fix and sort of like find a win-win solution or dynamic that benefits all parties involved in this joint financial matter. If you need investments, if you need to attract funds, Venus transiting your 8th house is superb. So I repeat, from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. So for example, if you want to attract sponsors or investors into your business or like someone to kind of like to fund your professional activities, do take advantage of this period, reach out, talk to people, because you can get the results that you are looking for, Capricorns. Mars. Mars is going to be in Taurus, Capricorns, until the 20th of July. You're putting a lot of energy into having fun, into enjoying life, and that's great. But if you have kids, there is something that I want to draw your attention to. 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after, they may be a little bit accident prone, especially if they play sports or games. Speaking of sports or games, basically I would tell them not to take unnecessary risks around this time if you have children. Maybe it's also best, 15th of July, day before, day after, to avoid going to, like a football game or something like that. If you are engaged around the 15th of July in any sort of fun activity, it could be a sport, it could be a game, it could be anything fun that has a whiff of danger to it, my recommendation would be not to go ahead with it, because Mars Uranus is very accident prone. So something that was supposed to be fun can turn horribly wrong, basically. And I don't like to be this dramatic. I don't like to deliver information in this sort of way that feels like, there's no escaping it. But Mars is very accident prone. Uranus is very disruptive. Mars-Uranus is just not a great combination. So consider yourselves aware of the energy around the 15th of July. Also around the 15th of July, you may cut ties with someone who you maybe have been collaborating with on a creative project, and that's okay, because if you realize all of a sudden that you're no longer on the same page, then what else is there? Like, what else is left to do? You just gotta cut ties, and that's it. Explosive, sudden fights with a lover are also possible, as well as with a child around the 15th of July, Capricorns. So do tread carefully. Let me go back to the beginning of the month. By the way, 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars transits your house of day-to-day work. A lot of energy, a lot of stamina, a lot of action that you're directing towards your day-to-day work. You also seem to be putting a lot of energy into health-related matters throughout this period. However, my recommendation would also be to make sure that you get plenty of fresh air, because Mars in Gemini can be a little bit kind of like prone to catching, like bugs. I don't know if bugs is the right word, like viruses or kind of like stuff that can potentially negatively impact your respiratory tract. Also, it might be preferable as much as possible from the 20th of July until the 4th of September to work alone, because you do seem to be in a rush. And if others are not keeping up with you, you might get angry and like say something to them that also irritates them. But now let me go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of July, beautiful day, very romantic day. It's a great day for a date. It's also a great day for inspiring conversations with a collaborator or with a partner. 3rd of July, a relationship seems to be strengthened. Venus trines Saturn. You could also talk about long-term goals and projects, including financial projects with a partner or a collaborator, and things do seem to go quite well. You do seem to be on the same page. However, 3rd of July can also be the time when you discover some sort of like disturbing information connected with your financial situation, or maybe with the financial situation of a partner. So maybe you realize that they've been hiding from you the fact that they've been spending money on something that you would not have agreed to spend money on. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. I mean, I feel like you're kind of like defining the plan for the future in terms of how a collaboration, how a partnership, how a relationship is going to work out in the long term. And once again, it feels like all parties involved are on the same page. It's a great day to also hold a presentation and to listen to your gut, listen to your intuition in terms of winning the other person over. 11th of July is also the most romantic the most romantic day, which could also turn into a date of the month, with Venus trining Neptune. I feel like someone's definitely like got a lot of love for you. You probably have a lot of love for someone as well. Share the love, enjoy the love, and if you can, surrender to it, even if just for the day. Full moon, 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in Capricorn once again. We had another full moon in Capricorn last month. We have a full moon in Capricorn once again. Who are you? Who do you want to be? Who do you no longer want to be? Which part of you do you want to leave behind? Which part of you are you ready to relinquish, Capricorns? And how does that affect your partnerships, your relationships, your interactions with others? Do you have anything that you need to get off your chest, my dear Capricorns? You might need to like talk about something that feels quite difficult around this time, and it's going to feel like a massive relief, like a boulder taken off your chest, if we can put it this way, if you do decide to open up. Could this be a time when you also sign some sort of a deal or partnership, or agree to connect in order to collaborate long-term with someone? Yes, that's very much a possibility. Again, you seem to act a lot on intuition and instinct, and there is a vision that you're kind of like holding in your mind, I believe, around this time. And it feels like there is someone who can help you bring this vision to fruition. 22nd of July, Sun trines Neptune, very kind of like inspired by the conversations that you're having with someone else. Words flow to you. You're also like a very good listener. You also feel heard. I love it. 22nd of July, Leo season also starts, and it's going to put the spotlight on shared assets, shared finances, joint resources, as well as other people's money, taxes, credits, etc., etc. So you might need to like pay off some of those over the next month. Mars trines Pluto. It feels like on the 22nd of July, you're ready to take action in terms of changing something connected with your day-to-day work that is going to have a very auspicious impact upon your finances. You might also feel ready to take action in a manner that also requires you to spend some money when it comes to your health. So you might feel ready to, I don't know, like hire that personal trainer, for instance. 23rd of July, there's something that's coming to the surface connected with your finances and financial situation, maybe joint finances as well. Once again, I feel like you need to have a very serious talk with whoever else is kind of like mixed up with your finances, because you might not necessarily be on the same page. There could also be some sort of a clash with someone who's very stubborn, because you're not on the same page in terms of values. And I don't know if you're gonna be able to get on the same page. I don't know. I do have my doubts. 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be direct in Virgo in your 9th house. Fantastic time to focus on your education, fantastic time to plan things connected with your education or with traveling or with any sort of involvement that you have with foreign lands and foreign countries or with a court of law. 5th of August, Mercury goes retrograde, so things might need to slow down a little bit. So do take advantage of this period, 25th of July until the 5th of August. This is also a very good time to travel for work purposes and to talk to people from different cultures and different cultural backgrounds in order to get solutions and inspiration from them as to how you can address very practical matters in your life. And that is Capricorn. My dear Aquarians, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, July 2024, what does it look like for you? Well, Aquarians, there is some fun to be had. There is some work to be done. And there are also some developments on the relationship and the partnership and the collaboration front coming up. So, Venus, planet of enjoyment, pleasure, design, art, beauty, is going to be transiting your house of day-to-day work until the 11th of July. So work is actually likely to be quite enjoyable throughout this period. You might find it really easy to collaborate with coworkers, to get on the good side of clients, or really kind of like give them the results, the outcomes that they appreciate, that they value. It could also feel actually genuinely enjoyable for you Aquarians to work on your health in any shape or form, but especially if there is an element of focus on feelings and emotions. You might also enjoy, for example, throughout this period, cooking like meals from scratch because you realize they're very healthy. You could also come up with very creative solutions when it comes to matters connected with home and family life and living situation, or just feel very creatively inspired to make some changes around the house, like redecorate, I don't know, the guest room, or like repaint the walls or something like that. If you've been experiencing any issues health-wise, Venus transiting your house of health is generally a very supportive and soothing and healing influence. Now, Venus is going to be transiting your house of relationships and partnerships and collaborations from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. Now, generally, this is a great time that I recommend enjoying when it comes to your relationship sector. This is a particularly auspicious time when it comes to romantic relationships. You may feel like your partner is being very attentive and charming, and maybe also like very much in a romantic mood. You might feel quite romantic, Aquarians, and just kind of like direct some of that like energy, some of that affection towards your significant other. You might surprise them with, I don't know, like tickets to a concert that you know they're really going to enjoy. If you're single, then this transit can really attract potential romantic partners towards you, my dear Aquarians. And it also feels like any sort of interactions that you have with others, both in a romantic setup as well as, I don't know, in a professional setup, for example, they're likely to go quite smoothly. So Venus generally helps relationships because it kind of like helps you find harmony, helps you find a middle path, a middle ground. It might make other people a lot more accommodating and eager to please, let's say. However, there are a few moments, a few days in July that I'm not necessarily that big a fan of when it comes to interactions with others and relationships of any type. So I am not a big fan of the 3rd of July, maybe also the day before, potentially, because Mercury is going to oppose Pluto in your first house. It may feel like someone says a very kind of like inappropriate thing about you, and it could actually be your spouse, or it could be a business partner. They could say something that feels like, I don't know, like a betrayal of your trust. Maybe they reveal something inadvertently about you, and you're like, why did you do this? So that could get you quite angry. You might also hear that someone who you really appreciated, someone who you have a lot of love for, said something nasty behind your back and it's coming to the surface. If you said something nasty about someone, because let's face it, these things happen. It might come to the surface and the other person might not be pleased. On the contrary, they might take it really, 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 really badly. You may want to take advantage of the period when Venus transits your house of relationships from the 11th of July until the 5th of August if you want to repair this relationship. Now, another day that is quite challenging for relationships and interactions with others, let's see, is going to be the 23rd of July. Sun in opposition to Pluto, power clash, power struggle. Someone is being really, really kind of like stubborn and really kind of like, you might feel like they're very stuck in their ways and very unwilling to change their ways for you. You might also be fixated in doing things your own way. It could also feel like someone puts the spotlight on a part of you or on an aspect of you that you're not necessarily very comfortable revealing to the outside world. It could be your spouse, it could be a business partner, it could be an advisor, but you're not really chuffed. On the contrary, you seem to feel a little bit exposed and betrayed and potentially even quite angry. There is a possibility that you might revisit the connection with this person, especially if they're like a professional collaborator. You might revisit whether you want to keep on collaborating with them or not moving forward, let's say. Someone's ego on the 23rd of July is likely to really rub you the wrong way. What's annoying is also that this person seems to have quite a bit of I don't know, like clout and influence and power. So yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to solve this issue immediately, Aquarians. Now, going a little bit backwards. We've talked a bit about Venus. Let's talk a little bit about Mars. Very important. Mars is going to be transiting your house of home, family, and living situation until the 20th of July. If you're putting energy into, I don't know, breaking things around the house, if you're renovating the house, if you're like smashing the walls and like rebuilding things around the house, if you need to like fix things around the house, Mars transiting this part of your chart is superb. It's not that great, this transit, because it might make you a little bit argument prone when it comes to your interactions and your communications with parents and family members, but especially with parents. So there can be quite like a tense, kind of like hyperactive, like irritable energy around the house throughout this period. You might be very intent on having your own way. They might be very forceful. So this parent or like family member, they might be very like stuck in their ways and also unwilling to change their opinions. And alas, we've got fixed energy clashing with fixed energy, and sometimes that causes things to break. So yeah, careful not to get into an argument that you can't recover from. As in that you can't like fix afterwards, when you might be, I don't know, like sorry that it got to it. Speaking of arguments, my least favorite day in July is the 15th of July, give or take a day before, a day after. Mars conjunct Uranus in your house of home and living situation. Something might break, something might fall apart, and it might cause like a sudden, disruptive, unexpected argument with a family member. There's also a possibility in general that things might break around the house around the 15th of July, especially gadgets, computers, anything that involves technology, anything that involves electricity, which I imagine is a lot of things around the house. Mars-Uranus could be like, whoop, yeah, like shocking disruption, unexpected things kind of like breaking apart. One recommendation that I do have is be careful what you say around the 15th of July, because the reaction of whoever it is that you're saying things to could be explosive. So careful not to get on their nerves. Aquarians. I mean, these things happen, I repeat. So sometimes they're unavoidable, but yeah, I would just kind of like tread a little bit more carefully. Mars is going to be entering on the 20th of July. I think you're going to like this. Your fifth house of fun, entertainment, enjoyment, gambling, creative projects, all the way until the 4th of September. So you're probably going to be putting a lot of energy into having fun, having a good time. Also a lot of mental and intellectual energy into creative projects connected with your work. Your mind is like super inspired. You're very kind of like keen to like act upon your creative ideas in the professional space. You could also be getting involved in all sorts of like fun, entertaining activities together with your children if you have kids, especially from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. You could be playing sports and games like tennis, paddle, like I don't know, like anything that involves like hand-eye coordination and maybe just kind of like the hands, the arms in general, because let's not forget that is what Gemini is associated with. So I'm generally liking this transit. Be careful that I do believe that you could become a little bit extra competitive when it comes to games from the 20th of July until the 4th of September. But alas, I mean, sometimes you gotta play to win, right? It makes it even more fun. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. There are a few days this month that I really like for you Aquarians, especially work-wise, health-wise, and financially. I'm looking at the 2nd of July, good news connected with your financial situation. You're also really inspired. Your kind of like mind is connected to, I don't know, like the collective subconscious and is almost kind of like channeling these like super creative ideas in the workspace. I love it. I'm liking the 2nd of July. I'm liking the 5th of July, the 11th of July. I'm also liking the 22nd of July. These are all superb days for you, Aquarius, work-wise, financially, and health-wise. On the 2nd of July, Mercury also goes into Leo in your 7th house of relationships, so it feels like there will be, until the 25th of July, a lot of important conversations with your significant other, as well as maybe with children, potentially, and sometimes you might not exactly be on the same page, just as an FYI. Now, 3rd of July, Venus trines Saturn, a really successful collaboration at work. You might be signing a deal, you might be delivering on a project that you've worked on together with someone else. You feel very appreciated, the other person feels appreciated. Use your instinct, use your gut, use your intuition in the workspace around this time. You could also be seeing some really significant results connected with your health if you've been investing time and money and energy into your health. 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, fresh start. Work-wise, you could be starting a new project, something that is really right up your street, something that you are very enthusiastic about. I feel like you're very invested in this. It feels like a project quite close to your heart. You could also be starting a new, maybe like a new chapter, a new process when it comes to your health, especially to your emotional health. I feel like you could start this process in collaboration with someone else, someone who really gets you, someone who you really trust, someone who feels intuitively like the right choice. Some people could be starting a new job around this time, and if you are starting a new job, or if you're starting work in a new team, it feels like it is a team and an environment and a job that you're really going to enjoy. I feel like you're going to enjoy working with the people in that space, and whoever it is that you're going to be like bumping into on a day-to-day basis. Those of you who are starting a new chapter work-wise, it looks like you're going to be better off financially as a result of this. Some of you could be starting to develop maybe your skills in a different direction, and you're probably thinking long-term. Long-term, I think it's probably the best decision that you can take, because it's going to pay off materially, speaking, Aquarius. So I'm liking this new moon a great deal. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. It's a day to get hard work done in conjunction with someone else, in collaboration with someone else. And it also feels like instinctively, intuitively, you know how to like plan things, organize things together. And there's just this kind of like ease in collaboration, even when it comes to maybe more tedious, I don't know, like topics or tasks. 11th of July is also quite a romantic day. Venus trines Neptune. It feels like you can tap into this romantic energy. Maybe by spending money on, I don't know, like a nice gesture for your significant other. It's also a day to like really prioritize relaxing activities connected with your health. I mean, probably the best thing that you can do for your health is relax. I don't know, maybe meditate, like go to a sound bath or something like that. 21st of July, full moon, activating your axis of health, work, service in Capricorn and Cancer. We had a full moon in Capricorn also last month. You're bringing something to a close professionally. You're wrapping up a job. You're maybe saying goodbye to part of your team. You're maybe saying goodbye to some old kind of like clients or some old team members. It does feel like you're releasing something also that was not necessarily very useful or helpful or healthy when it comes to your general state of like health, wellness, and well-being. It feels like you're clearing out a lot of the, how should we call it, debris of your psyche and of your subconscious that you no longer attached to, that you're no longer holding on to, I don't know, in a very kind of like rigid way. Because sometimes we hold on to, let's say, some subconscious beliefs that we use as our guide as if they are the letter of the law, and guess what? They are not. Some rules and some beliefs just need to go, and I feel like that's what's going on around this time. I also feel like you need to rest around this time, my dear Aquarians. Once again, it feels like you might need to like prioritize rest and relaxation and just kind of like take things easy work-wise, because you've already done a lot of work. 22nd of July, Sun trines Neptune. Imagination and inspiration flow very easily in the workspace, and you're also genuinely feeling very appreciated in the workspace for your imagination, and maybe also for your attunement to the spiritual in some shape or form. Leo season starts, so that's going to be putting the spotlight for the next month on your relationship sector and collaboration sector. And also on the 22nd of July, Mars trines Pluto. You seem to feel very, very strongly kind of like motivated and driven and focused to take action on maybe like a creative project that is that feels really personal, that feels very aligned with what matters the most to you. Could you also be taking action in a very covert manner when it comes to a romantic relationship around this time? Yes, so maybe you're planning, I don't know, like a surprise for a romantic partner. Some of you, I mean, there could be single Aquarians out there, especially Aquarius risings. You could be starting off maybe like a hidden kind of like fling around this time. I told you 23rd of July, not my favorite day. 25th of July until the 5th of August. Mercury is going to be direct in Virgo in your 8th house. This is a fantastic time. By the way, from the 5th of August, Mercury goes retrograde. So this is a fantastic time to put your mind to work when it comes to filing taxes, dealing with, I don't know, like credit cards, dealing with like debts, maybe paying off some debts, organizing, I don't know, the family expense spreadsheet, also discussing with others about financial matters in general, and maybe discussing about delicate matters that need solving, because I feel like you are coming up with really good, logical, reasonable ideas in terms of how issues could be solved. Oh, and that's Aquarius, and here we are. Last but not least, Pisces. Thank you for sticking around, Pisces. Pisces suns, Pisces risings. July 2024. What's going on? You're gonna have some fun. You're gonna have some work to do. You're also gonna have some issues maybe to deal with health-wise. I'd say Pisces, and maybe some issues coming to the surface in the workspace that you did not know were so big a problem. Let's say, but I feel like you can handle them. That's just the way that I see it. Let me take a bit of a step back. So, Venus, planet of love, enjoyment, beauty, leisure, pleasure, is going to be transiting your 5th house of fun and romance until the 11th of July. Please, Pisces, have fun throughout this period. I'm like, enjoy life, enjoy your relationships, plan things together with your loved ones, take your romantic partner out for dinner, go out on dates. It feels like it's very easy to enjoy life throughout this period, like the activities, the people that make you feel happy and that make you feel like celebrating life are finding you. And if you are thinking of doing anything nice together with a family member, so I don't know, taking your mom for a trip, for instance, I would take advantage of the period from the beginning of the month until the 11th of July. A few days that I really like are the 2nd of July, the 5th of July, and the 11th of July in this regards. Venus in the 5th house also attracts love towards you, so you might feel generally more loved than you usually are. I mean, Pisces, especially Pisces risings, have been experiencing the transit of Saturn in your first house since last year in 2023 until February of 2026. So you might have been quite hard on yourselves, Pisces, since last March, and now you might feel like, okay, people really value me. I'm really appreciated. I do have love in my life. I can relax and I can enjoy my relationships. I can enjoy my connections. It's okay not to be like pushing myself all the time, not to be putting pressure on myself all the time. That's just the way that I see it. If you're single, great time to go out on dates until the 11th of July, especially on the 2nd of July, the 5th, and the 11th. 5th of July, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, there's going to be a new moon in your 5th house, literally putting the spotlight on romance. So there could be a new romantic relationship kicking off, but it doesn't necessarily yet feel serious. It just feels like the seeds are being planted. And obviously I'm talking here to single people. For those of you who are in a relationship, this could be a fresh start in terms of how you bring romance into your relationship with your significant other in general. So for example, you might decide, I don't know, every other week on a weekend you're gonna cook for your spouse because you know they love it, and that's a new way of showing that you care, like showing your affection, right? This new moon can also bring a fresh start when it comes to children. Some of you could hear news of a new pregnancy. That is a possibility, especially if you're trying for kids. For those of you who have kids, it could feel like your child is entering like a new chapter, a new stage of development. They're growing up, they're maturing, they're evolving, and you're probably feeling quite proud of them. I wanna say this could also be this new moon a time when you decide to invest more energy into the things that make you happy, into a specific, I don't know, like passion or hobby, and to do this in conjunction with someone else, with someone that you love, someone who is close to you, someone who gets you, someone who you can talk to about this passion and hobby. It's a time to set intentions, and it's a time to like start off things, my dear Pisces. As I said, especially when it comes to children, passions, hobbies, and creative projects at the time of this new moon. It is a very, very sweet new moon, I want to say. Now, going back a little bit to Venus. Venus is going to be entering your house of health and day-to-day work from the 11th of July until the 5th of August. Now, generally, you're probably going to enjoy the work that you're doing throughout this period, Pisces, and it might feel like it's easy to attract clients, like it's easy to attract praise and maybe support when it comes to your work. Venus also is likely to make any activities connected with your health a lot more enjoyable. It's a very like soothing influence also when it comes to your health. Venus for you, Pisces, is the ruler of your 3rd house and of your 8th house. So from the 11th of July until the 5th of August, it could be a good idea to schedule conversations with people that you work with, especially when it comes to matters connected with money, finances, joint assets, but maybe also in general to discuss about sensitive topics, which you might address with a great deal of tact. If you're looking for work, if you're looking for jobs, if you're looking for clients, Venus is likely to attract those towards you. However, there are a few days in July, my dear Pisces, that I'm not a big fan of when it comes to your work and also when it comes to your health. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the 3rd of July, so that's before Venus goes into your house of day-to-day work. On the 3rd of July, Mercury opposes Pluto. So there could be hidden information coming to the surface in the workspace that really kind of like rattles things up, and maybe you feel like you've made an enemy of someone, or you hear that someone's been gossiping about you, or like, yeah, just kind of like saying things that they were not supposed to be saying about you. You could hear hidden information coming to the surface about your work in terms of how your work is going to be changing. Maybe some people are going to be made redundant. There could be some big changes underway, but maybe they're kind of like being discussed in like hush hush tones. This is not the day, the 3rd of July, to maybe talk about sensitive topics at work. On the contrary, I would be very careful what you say and who you say it to, because you don't know whose like toes you might step on. Another day that I'm not a big fan of work-wise, let me also go back a little bit. 3rd of July, careful health-wise, because there is a possibility that you might catch something connected with, I don't know, like the respiratory tract, which could lead to like a cold or something of that nature. Another day that I don't like work-wise is the 23rd of July. I don't like this health-wise either. Health-wise, you might need to like stop, rest, just kind of like change your plans work-wise and take it easy. Work-wise, there could be some sort of a power struggle, some sort of a massive clash in the workspace. Someone with like a really big ego is like kind of like rubbing you the wrong way. Maybe they're putting the spotlight on some matters that, in some shape or form, they seem to put you in a bad light, or you feel like they're putting you in a bad light. Maybe it feels like this person is revealing some things about you, or is just kind of like presenting some things about the way that you do your work, your practices. This person is making them sound really bad. I'd say it could be a day, 23rd of July, when you realize I need to leave behind maybe a specific collaboration work-wise, maybe say goodbye to a client. A client might announce that they're leaving. It's a possibility. It is a possibility. Now, let's talk about Mars. We've talked about Venus. We've talked about your work. Let's talk about Mars. Mars is going to be transiting your 3rd house until the 20th of July, so you're putting a lot of energy and you're very motivated and driven when it comes to studying, learning, maybe also when it comes to speaking. It feels like you are very kind of like strong in your opinions and like vocal in expressing them, and you've got things that you want to say. I'm not a big fan of the 15th of July. Why am I not a big fan? Because you might say the wrong thing, Pisces, and you could get on someone's nerves, and it could impact you financially to the point where someone decides to no longer work with you because they no longer agree with your, I don't know, like opinions and values and practices. Careful on the 15th of July, day before and day after. Also when it comes to incidents on the road and disruptive, shocking incidents connected with a car. If you can avoid driving around the 15th of July, maybe also the day before, at least, that would be ideal. If you need to be on the road, I would just be extra cautious and not in a rush. And just kind of like drive knowing that others sometimes might be in a rush and might do stupid things as a result. I apologize for using such strong language. There could also be wrong. My apologies. There could also be something wrong with the digital, technological, or electrical aspect of your car or preferred mode of transportation. Something could break down when it comes to communication devices, such as your phone, for instance, around this time. Be careful not to drop your phone. So just like slow down. That's my recommendation around the 15th of July. And also, as I said, be careful what you say, because it could also lead to a very unexpected fight. Maybe with a colleague, a sibling, a cousin, a neighbor. So yeah. Consider yourselves warned, Pisces. Now, from the 20th of July until the 4th of September, Mars, planet of action, and the ruler of your house of income, goes into your house of home and living situation and real estate. So you seem to be putting a lot of energy and probably money and finances into your home, and maybe spending a lot of money on the house, maybe having a lot of things to do around the house. There could also be some debates around the house at times throughout this period. But remember that Gemini is also the trickster. I mean, Mercury is a trickster, and Mercury rules Gemini. So sometimes having like a verbal, I don't know, like debate, even if it feels like serious and people are coming up with arguments, it just feels like it could happen for like sport. Essentially. My recommendation is to find something practical to do around the house that requires the channeling of physical energy, so that you can utilize Mars physically rather than just get into like verbal conflicts, because you might feel like, for example, family members are a little bit more touchy and maybe a little bit more like blunt in their speech, or quick to kind of like hold on to or like hang on to your words, and maybe feel like, I don't know, like irritated by them, just as an FYI. Now, let me go back a little bit in time. I've taken you through some of the most important aspects and dates and transits of the month. 2nd of July, beautiful day for creative purposes, for creative writing, for dating, for charming someone with your words. Or for giving yourselves permission to be charmed. A great day for singing, also for composing music, for listening to music. A great day to connect emotionally with your child if you have children. 3rd of July, a relationship is probably being strengthened with a loved one, maybe with your child, maybe with a sibling. But as I said, I don't like the 3rd of July at work necessarily, just as an FYI. 11th of July, Sun trines Saturn. You really seem to feel seen and appreciated for all the work that you've been putting into improving yourselves, Pisces. And also you seem to feel like it's time that maybe you relax a little bit, because you've been putting so much effort into your work and into improving your health that you can give yourselves permission to maybe have a day off, have a cheat day or something like that. 11th of July, also the most romantic day of the month. Venus trines Neptune. Unconditional love. You seem to be able to give it, receive it. It could be coming from a romantic partner. It could be coming from a child. It could also be coming from, I don't know, like a spiritual source. Maybe you're doing a meditation and you're connecting with like the source of creation, and you feel the universal love. A great day also for relaxing and creative and artistic activities that you're sharing with someone else. 21st of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, full moon in Capricorn. Just like the full moon that we had last month, folks, we had another full moon in Capricorn in June. This one's happening towards the end of Capricorn. It's putting the spotlight on friends, collaborators, communities, organizations. Maybe you're taking part in a group type of event, in a community event. It could be something connected with work. You seem to feel quite chilled, quite relaxed. You seem to feel like it's a well-deserved break. It's a good time to come together and maybe to celebrate having accomplished something together with a group of people. You also seem to celebrate, I want to say, the accomplishment of a personal goal. Now, it could be connected with your work, very likely. At the same time, on the same day, 21st of July, Mercury squares Uranus. So as much as you're celebrating maybe the accomplishment of a work goal, there could be some sort of disruption at work, maybe connected with communication, connected with communication platforms. Maybe the internet goes down or something like that. 21st of July, at the time of this full moon, you could also maybe present something to the world, something that you've been working on, and it does seem to be very well received. It could also be a time to get together with a group of people, maybe to celebrate something that's been going on in the life of a child, I'd say. 22nd of July, Leo season starts, which is going to put the spotlight on your work and health very, very much. Mars in Gemini is going to trine Pluto. It feels like you're ready to take action at home in your private life, away from the eyes of the world, to transform something and to kind of like really like reorganize something and reset something in your life. You could also be taking some sort of hidden action connected with your home, family, and living situation. Maybe you're only revealing what this involves to your nearest and dearest, to the ones closest to you. So it's a very kind of like closed circle. 25th of July until the 5th of August, Mercury is going to be in Virgo, direct in your house of relationships and partnerships. From the 5th of August onwards, Mercury is going to go retrograde, but we're going to address that in August. This is a fantastic time, 25th of July until the 5th of August, to talk shop with business partners, collaborators, to discuss with anyone who can help you in a practical way, who can help you find solutions, fix something, solve something of a very kind of like practical nature. Also very good time to discuss about your health with a health practitioner. You're probably going to get really good advice, really good support. And generally, relationships are likely to function very smoothly and very easily because you're very focused on kind of like improvement and getting the work done and getting the job done. And it might also feel like other people are very eager to like help you and serve you in a practical way throughout this period. And that is Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in, for listening to your July horoscope. Please let us know in the comments how July unfolds for you. Don't forget that if you want to work with me, if you want to book a personal reading, a personal consultation, you can find me on my website. My website is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. Straight to the services section is where you can purchase a consultation with me. My website is also the place where you can purchase the 3 recorded courses. They are courses that I've run live over the past few years. And if you're an astrology student, intermediate plus, not a beginner, you can purchase 3 courses from my website. The Natal Chart Interpretation Masterclass for those of you who want to take your skills to the next level. Forecasting with transits and solar returns, over 12 hours long. I've poured pretty much like a decade of experience and of studies into this course. So at the end of it, you're going to be able to like forecast with transits and solar returns confidently. And working with the transits of Saturn, that's a separate course all together. So writteninthestars-astrology.com. If you like the content that I create, please subscribe, like, share, comment, and if you want to make a donation to my channel, you can find the thanks button underneath the video on YouTube. I'm also active on Instagram. Rux Unbelievable is my Instagram handle, the only Instagram handle that I have. If you want to see more kind of like personal updates, what I get up to, what else I'm doing in my life, that's where you can find me. Enjoy July, folks, and I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye.